Hello.
Oh, this.
Excuse me. I know I streamed just yesterday, but you know, frankly, like, you know, that was just for a very short stream. That was just for a short, you know, let's do a little something for the viewers and what have you. Today is meant to be a return to form. Today is meant to be a proper return to the whole, you know, hi everyone, welcome to GrantZeebs stream kind of thing. We're gonna be going through some more Gears of War and what have you. Although I'm gonna take some of this because yeah, by God, like I didn't do nothing today, I'll be frank with you. Today, I'm trying to get back to, like, the normal, like, waking up at 6 a.m. kind of thing before I go to work and what have you. Also, is my eyes, like, not properly
Now
focused?
that is what we call a skill issue.
Yeah, skill... Oh, that was some weird tracking right there on my finger there. Did you see that? Like, yeah. But yeah, one of the things that I had happen today is I decided to have a, my apartment redecorated. I don't know how many... Also, I am actually kind of getting a little annoyed with my eyes. Hang on. Bam. There we go. But yeah, so I don't know how many of you would notice a difference between yesterday's stream in the morning, like audio-wise, versus, you know, this evening stream right now. But, you know, my sister came over for Easter Monday, and she helped me out in rearranging my furniture. Excuse me. She helped rearrange so that rather than having my desk in like a little tight, cramped sort of bedroom and such like that, instead, what we're doing is we're having it over in a we're having it out in this more open area. We're having it over in the living room right now. So believe it or not, like behind me, there's like, you know, a couch, there's a carpet, my bookshelves, like there's all kinds of like stuff behind me and what have you. Granted, the front of me is still a bare ass fucking wall, and then over on the left is like, but like it's way more open is the thing. Like it's way more like out there and such like that. I don't feel constrained. I don't feel like I'm in a tight small room anymore. I feel like I'm actually like able to like stretch my legs and what have you and still be, you know, in the presence of like wherever the PC like screens are and what have you. So, and what's more is if it ever gets really bad temperature wise while I'm working or while I'm in the middle of streaming, there is an air conditioning unit behind me. There's a fucking aircon behind. Oh my God, what the fuck is happening with that finger? Do you see that, chat? Like how it did like the little thing? Gosh darn it! Like sometimes this model does weird things. Maybe that's one of the things I need to do after streaming for like the last 5 years is maybe I need to look into Also, I feel like this is still too bright. Hang on. There we go. Maybe one of the things I need to do is get myself is like a fresh new model. Maybe that's something I need to do in the near future, is make it so that I have like a brand new model to like have. But models are expensive, and I'm not skilled enough yet to do my own models. But yeah, hi, but yeah, now that it's like properly into 6 o'clock, welcome everyone. Happy Monday. But yeah. Is this thing on? Yes, no, it is on. Thank goodness. I was worried for a minute it wasn't. Masonic wants to do another icy. Actually, it should have done that like right at the get-go. I think I have like a minute-long what's-mahoozy thing.
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
My goodness, some of these voice lines from Grant Sexy. Thank you, Masonic. Hopefully these rich tones are what do it. So, but yeah, like the day has been like even though I haven't really done that much, like it is frankly like ever since getting back from what? Hi there, 10 bucks. Ever since getting back from Dallas and what have you, like I got back from Dallas like Wednesday, but let's see. So I didn't work that day. I didn't work Thursday or Friday. I was ill. I'll be frank with you. I had like a cold and shit like that. And then I went into work on Saturday. It was... Hello? Hang on. I feel like this... Is this just growing pains with like moving my desk and such like that? Have you at least eaten food before stream? Yes. So... Also, but yeah, this is just like, you know, after moving all my shit around in the morning slash like early afternoon, and then, you know, I'll be frank with you, I ate too much at lunchtime as well, so I tried not to eat too much for dinner. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, so brain, you can do this. I just am so exhausted. Actually, hang on a second. You know what I'm gonna do? Because I always get like, you know, tracking problems when I hold my controller and what have you. So hang on a second. I'm just gonna... Also, I didn't properly get out of my, I haven't yet returned to, like, my proper, like, because I took a break from my diet and dieting and what have you when I went to Dallas. And then, like, ever since I got back home, I haven't gone back into dieting yet, which is a terrible idea. Like, I should have really have gone back into it, like, immediately, back on Wednesday, because it takes, like, 3 days to get back into the habit and such. But for whatever reason, I didn't properly get back into it. And so what ended up happening is, also, I shouldn't have that, like, down. Idea. Ugh. Ugh. But yeah, like, rather than getting back into my diet, like, immediately on day one back from Dallas, I have, like, been very, very poor form, and I've, like, not been following it, like, since I got back, since Easter, like, Easter Friday, Easter Saturday, Easter Sunday, Easter Monday. So it's gonna be a bit of a weird thing going, like, gonna be trying to go back into it on, Tuesday, because, you know, like, I'll be back at work, granted working from home, but, you know, still back at work come Tuesday. So I should have been trying to get back into it immediately, so then that way it wouldn't feel as bad, but it is what it is. So yeah. But yeah, I feel a little bit better being in a more open space and such like that. I just need, it's just, once again, and like after doing all that, I'm still back onto the same problems I'm gonna need to solve, which is I need better storage solutions, or like drawers and things for where I am right now. I need to rethink the walls. Like, I need to put some decorations on the walls and things, but I need to have a conversation with the real estate agent and such, because when I first got into this place, they had bylaws into the property where they're like, do not put in hooks, do not put in nails, and then the weird one, they did not want command strips on the walls, which I thought was, like, you know, a bit much, because, you know, command... Have you... You have something for me. I don't have anything for you, Vol. But yeah, the, cookie for Vol. Here's your cookie, Vol. Okay, maybe that's what Vol wanted. But yeah, they put in the little like lease agreements and such, and I was kind of accepting of it, because normally you should ask before you start doing any edits and such like that. Excuse me, brain. So like, one of the things I'll be doing is I'll just be sending a message to the real estate agent being like, hey, I want to hang these things. One of them is like 10 kilos, however, and there is no command strips to do that. What can I, like, what am I allowed to do to the walls to help hang these things, and do you have recommendations? The reason why I want to start that conversation is because one of the things that happened at the old place that made it really problematic in trying to get my bond back was that any edits to the walls had to be restored, and the language of the email back from them was like, oh, you know, restore to previous or something like that, or like appropriately restored, where basically the language was very broad, where it could have just been as much as, oh, just not leave a nail in the wall, to you must repaint this section. Because, you know, lo and behold, I get through all of that nonsense, and the you know, when we tried doing that with the previous rental, I end up in a situation where I'm probably spent like about as much, if not more, trying to clean up and repair around the apartment than the bond that I got back. It was very important I get my bond back because of the fact that I was spending money to get a bond in this new place. But, you know, this is where we are now. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just... Rather than keep you hanging for the next, like, however long, let's get into this Gears of War. I've gone through, like... This has been a rather interesting franchise for me to go through because it's not terrible. Hi, thank you, Vol. It's not terrible, but by golly, does it, you know, yeah, it works. There we go. It's not being terrible, but by golly, like, it's got some... Hello, mouse? Why is my mouse stuck? Here we go. I need to pause the music in the background. Retro gaming, exactly. Some real fucking retro gaming thanks to cloud computing. So, yeah, I'm not one of those cool peeps that has like a legitimate Xbox or Xbox 360. This Gears, I played the fuck out of it. Oh, nice. So you're like sort of like a subject matter expert to the whole thing, I'm hoping. Also, like, why do I feel like I'm... Hang on. Lower you down like this. And that way you're lower down. I'm sorry, I'm gonna... Ever since I've moved the, thing, and then...
Hello!
Hello, Goldie. Hang on a second. I'm just doing some... There we go. All right. And then move you back up to here. And then... There we go. All right. So... But yeah, hi. Onyx Metal Hunter RE up to 3. All right. Oh, before I go any further, because sometimes people don't notice this kind of thing in the tags. This is my first time playing through the Gears of War series. I've gone through Gears of War 1, I've gone through Gears of War 2, and I'm about to go through Gears of War 3. Do not tell me shit. If it's something that was like, you know, you have to learn through like reading comic books, or it's in the later games like Gears 4 or Gears 5 or Gears whatever fucking throwaway game and such like that, don't tell me about it. If it's something that was like actually like pointed out in Gears of War 1 in the campaign, maybe I need to be, you know, given a little reminder, but please no spoilers, and please don't tell me how to play the game. Only when I ask. Downloading playlists. Oh, is this during like the 360 like era? Adjust the clock so the one on the left is barely visible. Just maximum brightness, I'm gonna be frank with you. Oh my gosh. There's an event calendar? Oh my god. Is there anything in this event calendar? Gears of War 3 is currently on it. Yeah, thought so. It's so weird to me thinking that, like, there is a sci-fi, you know, shooter in the, Hang on. Ding. Donk. There we go. It's so weird to me. Not anymore, lol. I miss those days, though. But yeah, hi there, Het. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, it's so weird to me that, like, you know, we're getting to the third game in a, you know, sci-fi mill shooter of, like, the last of humanity and such, and it's not Halo. Arcade incoming soon. Ooh, watch a summary of the events of the previous... You know what? Fuck it. I've only played this game like a week ago, but let's watch this. Actually, no, it's been more than a week. Ugh. Is that a woman? I don't know, I'll be frank with you.
So this is how it ends.
Okay. Yep. Like, there's just... Gears armor, I recognize it, but they made her slender.
Governments ceased to exist. Chairman Prescott, he abandoned us some time ago. We can't pretend we're a government any longer.
What?
It all began on E-Day, when the Locust emerged and overran us. We tried to stop them with the Hammer of Dawn, incinerating our own cities, killing millions of our own people. But the Locust kept coming. The survivors from the Hammer strikes, the stranded, didn't want anything to do with a government that sacrificed civilians. And after 15 years of fighting, we even had to sacrifice the last human stronghold, Jacinto.
Yep, that was the events of Gears of War 2.
Finally stopped the Locust army. The war was finally over. Reduced to refugees, we found a remote island where we could start again. But some things could never be rebuilt. The broken hearts, the broken minds. Then a new enemy came after us, even worse than the last, the Lambent. Now they're spreading across Sarah, killing everything in their path. We've held them off as long as we can. We're out of options. Our only hope now is to abandon the island and split up. Some of us are going to live on the remaining ships. Others want to risk going back to the mainland. Godspeed, Colonel. This is the former Lieutenant Anya Stroud, signing off.
Now hear this. All hands prepare for leaving harbor.
I guess we're all stranded now.
Cool. I'll be frank with you, I thought the Locust Army was far from over because of Gears of War 2. Maybe that's just because of me having the fucking, like, you know, the thing of like, there's Gears of War 3 and 4 and 5 out there, which means that the Locusts are not actually over or something like that. So, so getting into Gears 3, I was like, okay, we're gonna deal with, like, the Locust probably, like, one more final time. Like, I need to try my best not to have Halo 3 play in my head when I do this. Okay, I'm just gonna go with normal. Are you doing on... I just go with the normal difficulty for each of the games. I don't go for, like, you know, I don't lower the difficulty, I don't, like, increase the difficulty for myself or anything like that. I just keep it as is. Oh my god, is... Okay, for a second there, I thought for a second Marcus was, like, back in prison again. Like in the events of the first Gears of War, but maybe he's just in a fucking dock.
Jack, rip that door.
Nope, never mind. He's back in prison. Are you kidding me?
What are you doing here?
Getting you out. Here, put this on. You'll need it.
Okay.
You get into a lot of trouble for doing this.
Not anymore. Things have changed. It's your father. He needs you.
My father?
This is when Anya becomes a frontline soldier to join the Gears team.
No, he's out there. He needs you.
Anya, wait. What the hell's going on?
Okay, never mind. This is either a dream sequence or they are just legitimately having us go through Gears of War intro again. Hang on. I reckon this must be a,
The Locust have broken through to his house and called in to say goodbye.
yeah, this is a dream. Okay.
Says he's sorry. He says
Marcus, what in God's name are you doing here? You're going to get yourselves killed, both of you.
Come on, Dad. I've come to get you out of here.
I've got to save my research. Do you understand how important it is?
I have no context to you, sir.
Dad, keep your head down! Okay, everybody find some cover. Spread out along the wall. Come to the stairs! Look out, we've got more grub! Take them out. We gotta give them some time.
Oh, look, there's a Carmine right over there. He's gonna die again, no doubt.
It was always his work my father cared about. His research. He tried to save his work. And I tried to save him.
Okay, so we're getting a bit of a prequel moment.
Disobeyed orders to do it. And it cost us the battle. Couldn't blame them for court-martialing me. Or for the life sentence.
Okay.
So the war went on while I was rotting in prison.
There it is! Raven inbound!
Marcus, we've got to
And I
go.
still couldn't save my father.
This is important. This is good.
Can't save them all.
Now hear this. Marcus Phoenix and Hazard Watch to CIC immediately. Phoenix, son.
That was brilliant. Like, all this? Put that at the start of Gears of War 1, okay? Like, I don't know if anyone, like, granted, like, how do I pronounce your name? Bad Beast? Beast? Is that how I spell Beast? Hey! Who stole my Artemis? What you doing stealing my shirt? Anyway, actually, Artemis can Bad Beast. Maybe that's how it's pronounced. But yeah, you probably weren't here for the first 2 Gears of War, Bad Beast. But one of my like, you know, scathing criticisms of the whole Gears of War thingy-madiggy is that you get into Gears of War 1 with Marcus Phoenix in prison, and then Dom breaks you out, and there's just all this like prior nonsense in the background that you're like never given privy information to during that mission, where you're like, why the fuck was he in a prison? Why the fuck does the Colonel hate his guts so much with no explanation and all that kind of nonsense? Why is he so apprehensive to the Colonel? Like, excuse me. There was all this random pieces of information that I was just sort of like the opening of Gears of War 1 felt like I was getting in the middle. It's like if instead of going into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure from like part 1, you got into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure part 4, for instance, where you're like, who the hell is Josuke? Why do I care? Who the hell is Johto? Why do I care about him? Like, what's the whole importance of, like, you know, stands and da-da-da-da? Like, that was the thing. With Gears of War 1, there was all this, like, all this kind of shit has already happened. And I'm like, why did you do this to me? So, like, I don't care whether or not, like, you know, we got E-Day, like, presented to us in the game. I'm totally fine with, because, like, the way E-Day is described to us, it can be left in the background of, like, yes, most of humanity used the Hammer of Dawn on during E-Day, Emergence Day. The Locusts, you know, like, battled against us, and we had to, you know, destroy a majority of our civilizations in a scorched earth policy, or salted earth policy, so then that way they couldn't use our resources against us, and now there's only small thresholds. That was explained to us very well. That's fine. That's overarching world building shit. But when it came to why the fuck is Marcus in prison, why is the Colonel and Marcus just so, you know, butting heads with each other so much, like that was presented in Gears of War 1 and I had no context for that. But no, we go into Gears of War 3, we get a dream sequence, and it's Marcus saying, I couldn't save my father. I tried to help him and his research, but there was just too many of them, and people's lives were lost for this. I don't blame the court-martialing or the life sentence I got for this. Like, that's brilliant. This was interesting. This was lovely. And you know what? We got done with this in like, what, 5 minutes, maybe even less? Brilliant. Like, already.
Tiago and Stratton, report to CIC immediately.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Gears
heard
of
you
War
the
3.
first
Cue the
time.
title sequence. But yeah, like, already the Gears of War 3 opening, I much rather prefer to Gears of War 1. Display your current thingamadiggy. Ooh, it does like the Wii. Also, can I pick up that thing? Coalition reserves. Here's that 20 I owe you. A few years overdue, but better late than never, Dom. Thank you for the 20 bucks. And then that's his thingy. And then these are the different cogs. 2 years after the sinking of Jacinto. Okay. Like, interesting.
Hey, Phoenix, you looking for Santiago?
It's okay. I know where to find him.
It's, gave you a follow. I'm also part of the furry community, so I'm happy to be here. All good, all good. I know all the lore. Played this as a kid and used to have all the physical comics and books. There was a war prior to Gears of War 1, Pendulum Wars, Humans Against Humans, but it'll explain more as it'll go. So yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you for holding yourself back there, Bad Beast. So yeah, shows the war-torn struggles amidst soldiers in a military that's both class and somewhat turned to guerrilla warfare. Yeah, so that was my thing with the first and second game, was just like, it got me finding the locust, and then there would just be...
Damage response team, muster at hangar deck. All personnel, alert.
Come on,
state
Dom. Armor up.
Oh my...
I've got crops to take care of. If we don't grow it, we don't eat it, remember?
I think the radishes can cope without you for a while.
Okay, let's get this over with.
He is so different from what I was imagining him to be. But yeah.
Deck 2,
Oh, that would have been cool if...
secure all hatches.
I
See
just...
safety team, close up on deck 2.
I just saw the fucking thingy. Hi there, Wild Saber.
Sam and Cole just took off for supplies.
Huh.
Can I get in here?
Maybe Baird forgot his wallet.
Also, this is not enough crops for, like, an entire ship, but... You okay? Oh yeah, and then there's his wife. His wife's dead, unfortunately. We learned that from Gears 2. Like, Gears, like, I feel like... Super happy to watch you do a playthrough. I'll try to stick to them, too. Yeah, no. Oh, good. So, yeah. Ooh, hello. Requisition form. These forms are worthless. Jack is pretty beat up, but it's not like we can point some rookie to the corner hardware store with a list and expect to get the parts we need to fix him. Do me a favor and keep your eyes out for the following junk. 1 plasma torch assembly, any basic or busted cutter will do. A CLA 330 loaded cells. These can be pulled from a silverback without any harm, not like we use them for loading cargo anymore. The NN1101A wireless transmission board for Jack's uplink. This is going to be a bitch to track down, but I might be able to hack something together with an NN2371R from a scrap dill. You guys remember when we actually had the crap we needed to do our jobs? And working toilets? Man, those were the days. Yeah. A little shame about that. When you see a piano or what looks like a foosball table, you can interact with it. Okay. Is it gonna have, like, co-op elements to the foosball table as well? Like this thing. This is a foosball table, isn't it? Points of interest. Oop, hello. Lambent stalk.
Those stalks give me the creeps.
Yeah, even when they're empty husks. I'm expecting polyps to spew out of him, you know?
Game on, baby.
I'm guessing this is the Gears equivalent of a foosball table, which is a mix between soccer and,
Come on, sucker.
Oh. Infinity Mittens. Okay, this is Cole?
Come on, Jace. Work to do. It's Stock City out there.
All right.
Wait, no, that's not Cole.
Damn, nearly got it that time.
That candy's like 10 years old, man. You're gonna puke your guts out.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that's a price I'm willing to pay.
That's my dad.
Guys, CIC, now.
So, never mind. My dad decided to. All right. So, also, I think I now know my problem. Hang on a second. Hang on. All right. Yeah, no, this is heaps better already. All right. I recently moved my desk, Wild Saber, so where I have like my monitors positioned and such like that has slightly changed. And I think one of the things that was a bit of a problem was just the distance that my left monitors were and such. So hang on a second. Yeah, there we go. I said blue, not purple. I don't have a blue. Not wearing him thanks to Het. I kind of maybe I need to explain the shirt help again. Like hang on a sec. What happens if I do shirt? No, nothing happens. Also, hi there, Crafty Grant, stealing my name. You'll soon meet the goat Carmine the Second. Noted, Wild Saber. Once again, Saber, be mindful of spoilers. Don't spoil anything to me. But yeah, so I've also recently, blah, 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 blah. Where's my brain? Where's my... So yeah, so I recently, like, moved my desk around and such like that. And one of the things was, like, the monitors are not in the exact same place they were last time. Partly because I wanted to be able to have my monitors like further off to the left this time, so then that way I had a little more room on the right side of me for pushing things out of the way and such. But top tip for any of you that have 27-inch monitors or, you know, like anything under 30 inches, here is a recommendation, all right? Come closer. When it comes to the ergonomics, you want to have the top bezel of your monitor sitting around about eye level. You don't want to be craning your head up at the top bezel, because like when you're reading or what have you, you're going to naturally have your head like just sort of tilting down and such like that. Now you don't want it like, you know, you don't want the bezel being like, you know, super low either. Hence why top of the bezel, you want to kind of have at like, you know, sitting face forward and eye level. So that's the first thing. Secondly, you want to have it so that you're approximately an arm's length away from the... You want the monitor to be like an arm's length away when you're sitting. So like the left-hand side monitors were like a lot further than like, you know, than an arm's length away, but now they're a little bit closer. So that's all good now. So yeah. The picture is from a list. Can't change just the color. Don't know where the list is though. Sorry. Yeah, no, the list gets recommended and such like that, but hang on a second. Let me get my text file up. There is a text file here. Give me a second. File, recent, shirt array. Here we go. Ding, dong. If you find a shirt, like, there should be quotation marks in there, but, you know, those are all the different shirts you can find. Like, and then, like, approximations and what have you. Objectivist medal. It requires players to interact with a massive amount of environmentals or objects, typically 25,000 interactions to achieve the Onyx tier. Lovely seeing you again, and wonderful seeing you at TFF. Oh, did we meet at TFF? Oh, damn. I'm gonna be real with you, Crafty. The TFF might be a little bit of a blur for me. Oh, wait, no, hang on a second. Now I just so ding dong. I just clicked on your profile. Now you're familiar to me. I am so sorry. When I click on the profile icon, I was like, they're not really 100% familiar. But then I click on like the little like jump thingy-majiggy, so it jumps me to like your actual page and such like that, the full-time elf, part-time Rue thing. And like because you're an IRL streamer, and it was like, oh, I recognize this person. So yeah, so no, hi. Hi there, Crafty. Good to see you.
I
yeah.
don't care what gender you are.
No,
Put on the
Mild,
maid outfit.
Wild. Ah, damn it. Which was me just doing the same button that many times. Oof, that's a lot. All right. But yeah, hi. Me just pressing this button. I thought this would have opened like a
State 1 and
like a little mini game. That would have been kind of cool
At least
if
the
it
old man
did.
still takes the threat seriously. Folks seem to forget how we ended up like this.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, well, not me. Those damn things are still out there, and I'll be ready for them.
Oh my gosh, Artemis, Artemis very much loves the maid outfit now, it seems. But yeah, hang on, let me do something real quick. I have like a command, I'm fairly sure. I should have a command. Knowing my luck, I have not actually made the command though. If I, so these are all the auto responses and such. When you are okay, yeah, add shadow. That's it. All right, so exclamation point and streamer, and then we go Crafty Grant. There we go. Now they're part of like the auto shoutouts and such like that. So the next time you pop in, you'll get like a nope, not wrong shoutout. Dink donk. Crafty Grant. There we go. Look at that. So yeah, now that thing will go off like automatically. This is the first Gears game to actually have funny, goofy Easter eggs. Oh, is it? Okay. I'll keep an eye out for them and such like that if I recognize them.
Yeah, tell me that when you
Wait, also, is this the...
Yeah.
Hang on. Okay, for a minute, I'll be real with you. I thought this was like the start of an Easter egg of like one of the chests from not Gears of War, but Borderlands. Man, Marcus, you couldn't like learn to play the fucking piano? And we've got weird thingamadiggies, weapons.
You must have every line in that book by heart. How many times you read it? 10?
Yeah.
11?
Don't rush me, man. Might have a different ending this time.
So.
Yo, Phoenix. Keeping busy? Affirmative.
Phoenix just having no fucking nonsense.
You came between Dom and his radishes, Lieutenant. This better be good.
Good? Probably not. A shock? Yeah. Guess who's come back from the dead?
Do I get a prize if I'm right?
Chairman Prescott.
No shit.
You mean ex-Chairman Prescott?
That asshole. He ran out on us 18 months ago. What's he expecting now, the red carpet?
I'm waiting to find out.
Warship Sovereign.
Hang on.
This is KR-01 requesting permission to land. One passenger, Chairman Prescott.
KR-01, this is Sovereign. You are clear to land. Deck team standing by.
Wonder where Prescott managed to find a helicopter.
Hi there, Cappy Burrito. Welcome. How goes the zombie fighting? We haven't fought any zombies yet. We have only just started this game. We went through like a...
I can't wait to hear this shit.
I'll get the popcorn.
But yeah. Oh.
Damn, those stocks are gonna do some real damage one day.
But yeah, so we've only just started the Gears of War 3 game. No spoilers, please, while we go through it and what have you. But already, I'm enjoying how they opened this like first mission. Like they did like a prologue thing before the Act 1 where you basically go through a dream sequence. I honestly thought they were just gonna have us redo the intro sequence of the first game where it's like, oh, Marcus Phoenix is in prison. Break him out of prison. Why was he in prison? We never know. But no, in this one, it's like he's going through a dream sequence where it turns out, like in the dream sequence, we learn that he was trying to save his dad and the research involved or something like that. And a lot of people's lives were lost because of Marcus doing that. And so that's how he got court-martialed and given a life sentence because of like the lives that were lost and the disobeying of direct orders and all that kind of nonsense. So now we have an explanation as to, you know, why Marcus was in prison back in the first Gears of War game, which wasn't explained to me when we were playing through the first Gears of War game. Sorry, my chair decided to like deflate a little bit. There we go. Not gonna lie, I thought you were playing Resident Evil. Nah. We're not playing Resident Evil. I played some Resident Evils. I've not played any of the classic Resident Evils. I've played Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 6, which is Biohazard, Resident Evil Village, and Resident Evil Requiem. No, not 6, sorry. Resident Evil 7, and then Resident Evil Village, and then Resident Evil Requiem. So I've basically played the Leon Kennedy remake ones. Leon's wide, but not that wide. Leon's not wide. Like, Chris Redfield is wide. He's, like, built like a fucking boulder. Also, hi there, Izzy. Welcome. Hope you're doing all right. Thought the lady was Jill Valentine. Okay. Oops.
Nash, get out of there! They're behind you now!
Oh.
Action stations! Lampard attack, starboard bow. Unidentified variant.
Unidentified variant?
New kind of clothes. Come on, people. Let's get out there.
Oh. Okay. They just group up like that? Alright. You're saying Requiem Leon isn't wide? He's built, but he's not the wide that I'm thinking of.
What the hell is that?
Although maybe, like, after years of, you know, being in the furry fandom as, like, a hyper fur, maybe my sense of quote-unquote wide is warped. Warped. Sorry, not warped.
All clear.
Go. Hammer burst there.
Sovereign to KR-01, you are clear to land. The forward lift is being raised for you. Stand by.
Fun fact, there's a Gears game that is like XCOM. That game explains how he ended up in that situation. Ah, okay.
Copy that, Sovereign.
Well, I'm not one for going through like side games and what have you. Like, I like going through the numbered sequence.
Freddy strolls back in here like nothing happened.
Better park that nice new Raven carefully.
Let's give the traditional stranded welcome. Strip the chopper for parts.
Holy shit.
The cog fell apart after he disappeared.
You think he cares? Chairman Prescott, Welcome to what's left of the cog.
I'll have answers for you, ladies and gentlemen. But later. I need to see Colonel Hoffman immediately.
Hoffman's been gone almost as long as you have, Chairman.
He's dead?
He left to take a group of civilians to Anvilgate. Captain Michelson's the senior officer now. Not that we have much of a military left.
I'd better talk to the gallant captain then. I have a mission for him. Oh, and Sergeant Phoenix, you'll want to see this.
Who the fuck are these assholes?
This better not be a shopping list. Let's go check it out.
Good old PlayStation Vita little cartridge.
Think he is?
Prescott's gonna find out an ex-chairman doesn't count for shit with Michelson.
Action stations. Landed and boarded the ship.
We just stood down.
Shit, they're attacking in waves.
Let's go, people. Sooner we kill these things, sooner we get to CIC and find out what's so important on this goddamn disc.
I have no idea how to throw a grenade.
So which idiot said he wanted to see some action for a change?
Here we go. Hi there, Furry Romo. Welcome, welcome.
Ship's company. Remain at action stations until we are clear of lambent waters.
Yeah, good idea. Let's get upstairs and see what's on the disc.
Alright, here we go. The voice actor for Marcus Phoenix that you play is yeah, I know, he's the same as Jake the dog. He was also the voice of Joker in Under the Red Hood. Swap from... Yeah, I was right. And then we can get more frag grenades here. And we're back to a return of like the pooping position while trying to run away.
There, finally got it.
Marcus, if you get this message, if you're still alive, I need your help.
Oh
This
God,
time I really am asking
Marcus.
for your help. Please.
It's your father.
Listen.
Yeah, I
It's
noticed.
complicated.
But I thought
Leave it, Jace.
I'm being held prisoner by the Locust. I've developed a solution for the Lambent problem. They think they can use it to kill humans as well, but they don't realize...
Marcus, he knows about the Lambent. And he looks older than
when we saw him die. I know.
Which means that he was alive during the
Find him.
the what's-mahoozy.
Anyway,
Such an elegant running style. Oh yeah, absolutely. The like we have the Naruto run, we have the general sprinting style.
Sarah's dying, Marcus. The whole planet's infected. It's the emotion that's killing it. It was always the emotion, you see, and I can stop it. I understand it all now. I've tried to contact her over the years, but I've been ill.
Damn machine! Baird's never here when you need him.
Brace! 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 Brace for impact!
Boldest man alive.
I'll figure out a way to decode the rest of that disc.
For whatever reason, all of the intelligence like stays in the head and there can be no hair there. And if there is to be hair, it goes into the beard.
This is the chairman.
Great, now he wants coffee.
I'm under attack in the captain's cabin. Michelson's badly wounded. I can't hold them off alone. We require immediate assistance.
Prescott, this is Phoenix. Hold on, we're coming.
Oh yeah, I forgot it.
Come on, move it. We gotta get down there. Prescott can't handle this on his own.
Go.
Fire in the hole!
Damn it. Gun jammed, but that's okay.
Everyone, off the deck! Get out of here!
Right.
Go, go, go!
Let's not.
Come on, stop them before they get below deck!
I wish the long shot had more than one, you know, bullet in its slot. That would be nice. Got him again, but unfortunately they burst. I forgot they do that.
Fire in the hole!
Wait, am I getting damaged every time they explode, or is it just a coin
Gotta
game?
move on! We've gotta help Prescott!
Yeah. Also, hi there, Infra. Welcome, welcome. You'll love the retro. It's your favorite gun, execution-wise. Banded stocks. Okay. Doesn't
Anyone near the lift controls? Raise the deck lift!
You got it, Phoenix! Yeah, thank you, nameless cog. Morning, big guy. Been a minute. How am I doing? I'm doing all right, Infra. I'm getting through the third Gears of War game, and I've already liked the intro very much. Because, like, I really wish the intro from the third Gears of War game, like, with the dream sequence and such, was in the first Gears of War, rather than having us, like, you know, starting halfway through the, you know... Like, I wanted to have an explanation for why Marcus was in prison and such like that. And so far, the first game to do that is this one.
Fire!
3 games in.
The galley flat! Fire control team to the galley flat!
Yeah, and look, once again, the poop shuffle.
This'll do.
Get ourselves the classical poop shuffle run.
Sovereign to all KR units on ship. We are under heavy lambent.
There's a fire! Grab the extinguisher! Let's get these fires under control!
Prescott better not be dead. Not yet.
Okay, I guess we don't need the fire extinguisher anymore.
Prescott, keep your fucking head down!
Oh, cool. Somehow you survive, but I'm guessing the captain is dead, which is really annoying.
Take off! Why not? We'll find someone to do it! Oh, very well. Stand by.
Michelson's gone.
Phoenix, get down to the hangar. The helicopters are under attack. We need to get them airborne right away.
Are you wounded?
Yes, but
Then you stay here, and you don't move until we get back. Understood?
I'll try not to get myself killed, Sergeant.
Yeah, you do that. I'm not the conversational type. But when I get back, I want a nice, long chat.
This area, after you kill everything, you can do the
I'll
golden
come back and
chicken
give you
Easter
first aid
egg?
as soon as we've got the choppers away, okay?
What the fuck is the golden chicken?
Cuffed into a pipe. In case he does another disappearing act.
He's not going anywhere without his chopper.
Crazy.
Delta to hangar deck. KR units.
You went past it already? Ah,
We've
all
got to
good.
get those ravens in the air.
Look, Easter eggs aren't like, you know, it's cool to find them when I do, but I won't be bummed out for missing them too much. It's okay. Like, here's the thing, is that many games of nostalgia I have not played. It's only through streaming that I've had the opportunity. Actually, I just realized there's an advertisement, so there's probably not the perfect time to be
Sounds like more
whole, you know, blah, 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 blah.
Clear him out. We got a pilot waiting. Polyps!
There we go. Are we out of there we go. We're out of advertisements. Yeah, I'm not too bothered with, you know, missing a Easter egg or two, because here's the thing, is that many games of nostalgia I have not played. Like only through streaming have I actually started playing games like, for example, the Mafia series, Devil May Cry, right now Gears of War. Oh, but one of the bigger ones, Kingdom Hearts, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro. I have not played those games prior to streaming. Like, the first time I played them was on stream. And I'll be real with you, like, Kingdom Hearts was real fun to go through, but I have the opinion where, quite frankly, you don't need to go through all of Kingdom Hearts. You can get through Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, Birth by Sleep, and 3, and guess what? You have accomplished 90% of the Kingdom Hearts story.
I'm not dead yet, Sergeant, if that's what you mean.
Just checking. I'd hate to lose you all over again.
Alright, you know what? Let's swap from the long shot over to this hammer burst. High-powered rifle that can be... Oh, it has a reload in the other direction.
Just had to get to
Interesting.
the storeroom.
Interesting. I didn't realize they changed the reload mechanic on the hammer burst like that. You need to play the Tie of the Tasmanian. There's games that I want to go through and such like that, don't get me wrong. And now I need another fire extinguisher, don't I?
It's been pretty hairy down here.
Oh, never mind.
We lost a lot of men. We still got 2 Ravens unable to lift off.
It's okay. We'll take care of it.
Second time sponsored by Infra Discovery and
Rocket! Fire in the hole!
Okay, so the explosion is big. Self-care? Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Big stretch. Big stretch for the big boy. There we go. There we go. But yeah. Blah, 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 blah. I heard about the golden chicken thing. Just check all the pipes along the sides of the area. Share that just as the live went. All good. All good. But yeah, the brain. But yeah, so there's been a number of games that I've gone through and such like that. Big yawn from the big boy. Exactly. There's been a lot of games I've gone through that that many people have gone through themselves in their childhood. And it's only thanks to streaming that I've been like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go through all of this franchise. Let's go through the number entries and such. And so this is one of them, is Gears of War, because, you know, turns out Gears of War was available on the Xbox Game Pass. I thought the first one was, but then I had to upgrade to, and I didn't want to, like, you know, play Gears of War 1 and then skip all the way to Gears of War 4. So I went and upgraded my subscription in order to play Gears of War 2 and now Gears of War 3.
Come on, get that
so
out of here.
If this is working out for you, do subscribe.
You just worry about getting that Raven in the air. We'll take care of the lift.
Okay, thanks, Phoenix.
Minor delay, 01. Gotta clear some glowies first.
Glowies? Terrible nickname, I'm gonna be real with you.
Fire in the hole!
Don't smoke!
Okay, let's get to the control room.
Probably not worth mailing them if they're gonna explode in my
One
faces.
to go. KR-03, are you ready to launch?
I'm pinned down at Bay 3. I can do with a hand here.
Hang tight, we're on our way. Good night.
Fire in the hole!
Where the fuck are... Oh, I can go down. Never mind.
Time to turn and burn. We'll be your new crew.
Right. As soon as I start the engine, get the lift.
Uh-oh.
Holy shit! What the hell's that?
It's not a stock.
Look out! It's coming down!
It's a goddamn Leviathan! Come on, people, give it everything you got!
Holy shit! How big is that thing?
Come on, let's get up top and sink that bitch before we lose anyone else! Find the lift controls!
Go.
If I do.
Fire in the hole! Land that!
Oh, yeah!
Anya, can you move out of the way, please?
Oh, no, you don't!
Alright, here we go.
On the left!
You'll love the Retro Lancer when you finally get one. Oh good, oh good.
Smell that smoke?
I don't smell anything. My nose is blocked.
All non-essential personnel, report to lifeboats immediately. Prepare to evacuate.
That doesn't sound good.
Oh.
Yo, the whole deck's on fire! Come on, flood it! If it spreads, we'll lose the fuel tanks!
Find a valve and get the irrigation pumps going!
there's the first one. Oh. Ah, button mashing once again. Here we go.
That's one. We need to open 2 more.
Remind me, Z's, what are your preferred weapon types of choice? Like, I tend to stick to shotguns and miniguns when applicable. I like the Lancer. I like my ARs. The assault rifles are simple, easy to understand, and they're like, you know, a mix of all things necessary. So yeah, that's my...
Find the water valve!
Right there. I can see it. Don't you worry. Button mashing. Let's go. It's funny because sometimes you friendly fire, he'll say, can you get the fuck out of the way, please? Yep. I want to say that to some of the teammates. Like, just get moving.
Those tanks are gonna blow! Oh, damn it!
We're gonna lose the whole ship if we don't get this fire under control. Grab the extinguisher.
Oh. That is a Leviathan. Holy shit.
That thing can't take a hit.
Oh yeah, it's chomping at the bit now. God damn it, Dawn. Straight out of the depths of hell? Oh yeah, absolutely. Or 10,000 leagues under the sea. Ah. Reminds you of Alien Swarm? This game was reminding, like, narratively, it's reminding me of Halo.
Miracle we didn't get killed.
Marcus, woo! That's a big, ugly motherfucker.
Cole, can you see this shit? Where's your bird?
Baby, we got a grandstand view. We're crossing the bridge right above the ship.
Any way you can kill this thing from where you are?
Putting it scientifically? We need to blow his brains out of his ass.
We'll get Baird to come up with an idea. Come on.
Anytime they need any meathead needing an idea, they go to the next highest person, which is just another meathead, and his name is Baird. I swear, Baird is not that more intelligent than the average soldier, but for whatever reason, he is always the man with the plan. He is not that smart. Do you not understand flanking is an effective technique? Uh-oh. And he's bringing in more of his weird explodey parasite things. Yeah, this ship is gonna sink in the next few minutes. Oh, never mind. There's a little thing.
Top before that thing comes
Do
back.
you have a PhD, Zeebs? I think not. Does Baird have a PhD? I don't think Baird has a PhD.
Can you lower that bitch to the front end so we can give it a headache?
Animals just love me. Stand by.
Baird is your average but advanced engineer with an a-hole smart-ass ego. You love him? Nah, fair enough, fair enough. I can, like, Baird and Cole, honestly, are such a, like, they're not the strongest, but they're definitely up there in terms of, like, you know, just additional units for caricatures and what have you. Like, Marcus and Dom aren't high up. Like, I would rank Cole and Baird much better characters.
Marcus, run! That thing's gonna find us!
Oop. Alright, squat running, let's go.
Okay, the 2 silverbacks are in that bay. Let's get the door open.
Are these walking mechas? Oh my god, they are walking mechas. Let's fucking go. Just a little bit like the press A to deploy cover and gain access to. Oh, okay, I didn't properly read all that.
Oh my god!
It's back! Get that thing off the ship! Come on, press it up!
Go for the ice! Keep shooting till it moves! Oh, that's nasty!
There we go. One of the eyes done.
Shoot it in the face!
What? Hey, where'd it go? You think it's giving up?
Probably getting its second wind.
Can I, like, crash into you? No. I thought I could, like, slam into you.
Jetspin, spin!
Come on, drive it up front! Keep firing!
Oh, shit, we're cornered! That thing's smarter than it looks! We've got to get it right under the bridge! Keep shooting! It's almost there! Keep firing!
Aim for its mouth! Shoot it!
Oh, I'm sorry! Did that hurt?
Position. You ready?
Go! Give us a minute!
Tell Baird he's just blowing shit up. Not like the goddamn secret.
Yeah, but we got our own problems up here.
Come on. You can do it.
Oh, you're gonna be scraping us up in a bucket if you don't get a move on.
Well, find some cover fast, or else you're gonna be swimming in some glowy gravy.
Cover, Delta!
What the fuck were those? Those weren't...
What the hell's he thinking? Run!
Hey, I thought you'd enjoy the witty irony of Grub on Glowy Violence.
Yeah, fucking hilarious! You're gonna blow up the whole ship, genius! Get clear! Jump!
So ends Marcus Phoenix. No, why are you doing a 1 hour earlier thing? What the... Okay, 1 hour earlier in Marcus's point of view, or 1 hour earlier in like Cole and Baird's point of view?
Hey, Carmine, you all right? You're awfully quiet.
Someone's gotta be, with Baird yapping all the time.
Oh, new Carmine. Nice.
Be my treat.
Remind me why we thought.
Also, is that an Australian?
Place to look for supplies. Baby, you gotta trust the cold train to find the goods. This is my turf, Cougar's territory.
Cougars.
Yeah, because that's gonna count for a lot right now.
Homecoming.
Okay, 7-0,
Okay.
we'll call you back if we find something.
Baird was in the cog as a technological and mechanical engineer who was called the brains of the team, part of Mi-young Kim in Gears 1 before Marcus came out of nowhere. Watched him get impaled by General Ram and was immediately promoted to sergeant, which Baird was close. Baird was closer to Hoffman before promoting Marcus.
So this is home, eh, Cole?
Classy. Has it changed much since you've been away?
Hey, the whole damn world looks like this. Let's move out.
Okay. Okay.
Whoa, whoa, take a look over there.
Alrighty, now, how long are we gonna have this Carmine alive with us? Because in the first one, they died in the first mission. In the second one, they died, like, kind of like halfway through their act they were introduced.
Told you this is gonna be a waste of time.
There's gotta be more outposts around here. Let's keep looking.
Ooh, hello. Lancer, thank you for
I
the
think
Lancer.
I'll take that.
I think I'll take that. Let's see. Search for survivors.
I'm telling you, this place is crawling with freaks. You know what stalks mean? Polyps.
We haven't seen polyps for months. Relax.
But yeah, the woman sounds like she's got an Australian accent.
Oh, man, look. That house over there. I can see us, you and me. Couple of kids, a dog.
Yeah.
A great big bottle of suicide pills.
Well, that'll save me poisoning your dinner.
Yeah, you'll miss me one day.
Yeah, the way she was like poisoning your dinner. Like there's something about, instead of saying dinner, it's like dinner. I am absolutely terrible in recognizing accents half the time, but it was like, that one there, I was just sort of like, hang on, that sounds familiar. She is Australian? Cool, noted.
Whoa! Hey, you down there! Step into the light and do it slow! Try anything dumb and we'll blow your heads off!
Everybody chill. Relax,
Battery
my
life
man.
high. Arbor
Safety's on.
House. Alright.
Hey, it's the cog coming to civilize us. Ah, whoopee!
Yo, we're all in the same boat. We just want to trade for some food.
Well, we ain't got any spare food. And if we did, we wouldn't be trading it with you cog assholes. Ooh. I'll give you a side of bacon for her, though.
Oh, bacon.
Hey, take the deal, Cole.
Carmen, you fucking... I was so pissed off, and then Carmen's just like, bacon.
You can try the warehouse down at the pier, or the stadium. Of course, you gotta get past all the glowies first, but you hairy-assed heroes can breeze through all that shit.
Kinda antisocial, aren't they?
It's pronounced assholes.
Come on, we still got options. There's even an old grocery store around here. Let's see if my coupons are still good.
Coupons? I'm pretty sure we're running off a bartering system when you're holding a gun.
Damn shame we ain't got Jack to rip that gate. I miss that little guy.
Hey, he isn't scrapped yet, okay? Just looking for a power supply for him. He'll be better than new before you know it. Let's just open this the Delta way.
Oh, I don't have that pistol, so I'll keep that. Two.
Hey, Barry, why don't you hop on and I'll give you a push?
Yeah, you know what? No thanks.
try the slide. I wanted to try the I wanted to try the roundabout. I wanted to use the roundabout. Oh, that one's worse.
Whatever the hell that is, that's a new world record in ugly.
Shoot the bar!
Fire in the hole! Incoming!
This is nuts.
Slow down!
Yeah, swings are swings. Ah. Behind you near the gate, you'll find a hat. A hat? What the shit?
What's the matter? Not feeling good?
Target the pods!
Yeah, I don't see it. Is it gonna be like an obvious hat? Like, am I gonna see like a little glowing indicator on it? Alright, that was a little funny. But yeah, I don't see no hat. So, moving on. I'm not gonna be, like, chasing after Easter eggs and such like that, so...
You know,
I'm getting through this game however I want.
I kind of prefer them to these new glowies. Cole, you sure you know where the grocery store is? I mean, when you were a big thrashball star, didn't you have people for that?
Yeah, one of them must have told me where it was when I was getting my manicure. Keep it moving.
I wouldn't mind a manicure, honestly.
Yo, the store should be just up
Like,
ahead.
I told myself I was gonna get this when I was, like, on holiday in Dallas, but I didn't go for, like, a massage and a manicure. Like, normally I try and get a massage when I go in the... Look around, there will be a store or with a sign that says Carmine Life Insurance. Oh my god. I'm not gonna hear the end of it from people, am I? With all the different Easter eggs that's gonna be popping around and such. Everyone's just gonna be like, look at the store! Look!
Carmine, look out!
Whoa! That was close.
So there's the grocer. You'd recommend playing through the game normally. Yep, that's what I'm trying to do. Because, like, look, here's the... Oh, there we go. Was able to get that. Once the gunfire goes down, then I'll, like, speak my thoughts about the whole, like, Easter egg hunting and all that kind of nonsense. Because, like... Here we go. Thank you, Sam. Go. Okay, the shotgun is terrible for me. I am not really good with the shotgun.
Fire in the hole!
Alright, is the gunfire over?
Let's get inside the store before more glowies show up.
Cool, the gunfire is over. Alright, here we go.
I got first dibs!
Yes, Easter eggs are cool to see them when you find them and such like that. But I am not going to have my experience of a video game be, like, essentialized with finding Easter eggs and such like that. The whole point of the Easter egg is if you're enjoying this kind of nonsense and you're wanting to get, like, you know, that 100% completionism thing, sure, absolutely. Let's go, you know, chasing after achievements and all that. Let's go chasing after Easter eggs and all that kind of nonsense. But I'm not one of those kinds of streamers that do the 100% completions and shit like that. You know what was told to me when someone was like, oh, hey, you completed Chain of Memories. Now you need to do it again so you can get through the Riku storyline? I said no. I went through it once on the Sora's line. I got that explanation. I'm moving on. When someone was like, hey, now that you've completed Devil May Cry 3, you can do it again with Virgil or some bullshit, I quietly said no and moved on. I am not one of those kinds of people that will do, like, Easter egg hunts and such like that. So, no, Wild Saber, I'm not gonna do an Easter egg hunt stream. Like, here's the reason I'm in this, like, sort of headspace of, like, the little figurine things fighting on your stream setup thing. You like the little, oh yeah, the intro fighters. But yeah, here's the thing, is that, like, Easter eggs and such like that are just meant to be small. They're just set dressing. They're like the little, like, filler thingy-majiggies. They're not meant to, they're not going to be chasing after them and such like that. And I feel like after going through a number of Dark Souls, sorry for the box, nah, you're all good. After going through a number of Dark Souls games and Elden Ring, I'll be quite frank, after going through those kinds of games where it's like, oh, hey, if you want to have, like, a better idea, if you want to have a better idea of, like, why, you know, the storyboard is like this in Dark Souls, you should have been reading the item descriptions. Oh, did you want a better understanding as to why everyone is an asshole in Elden Ring? Better read the descriptions on the health potions. Like, I don't care about that. I am not going to chase after little nuggets to, you know, make my, like, to do the narrative and storyboarding experiencing better. Some people like being a little detective and, you know, reading the item description and, you know, putting all the pieces together on their little cork board and the red strings and all that kind of nonsense. That is not me. I am a fucking idiot. I have had my brain rotted because of not even TikTok, but even earlier instances of the internet, like YouTube poops, for instance, and shit. I very much want to enjoy Lord of the Rings and not be told, hey, did you know, I was What's-a-Mahoozy actually broke his toe when he kicked that helmet? It's like, yes, I have read that little factoid on the internet, but that's not why I watch Lord of the Rings, because of, What's-a-Mahoozy breaking his toe on an orc helmet. I watch Lord of the Rings because it's fucking awesome. Anyway, that's... You'll find that happening with me, Bad Beast, is sometimes I will just go onto a fucking rant. You can complete Elden Ring and not understand anything. Yep, that's true, and I did that. I'm one of those gamers that decided to go through all of Elden Ring, and I decided to go through the first Dark Souls, and I tell myself I should have gone through this. I tell myself I need to go through the Dark Souls series, so then that way, there was a little more, like, self-respect in me when I have critiques about the Dark Souls, like, franchise and what have you. I didn't want to be one of those kinds of people that are like, oh, I don't like the difficulty in Dark Souls, or that you barely have any understanding of the story. I didn't want someone, hearing me have that take and be like, oh, you just have that opinion because you haven't played the game. And it's like, no, I did play the game. I died hundreds of times. It fucking sucked. You know what is a better Dark Souls game? Monster Hunter. Guess what? Monster Hunter has a story. It has a narrative. Monster Hunter is mechanically the same as Dark Souls. You have to manage your stamina. You have to deal with, fuck off huge health bosses that you barely have an understanding. You need to be very particular about their patterns. And you have to use weapons that have a high commit and, like, low room for error.
Huh. You ever feel like you did, but nobody told you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what they got on special this week.
That's me too. Point to beginning and learning part B kills everything and win the game, lol.
Bacon.
So yeah. So, all that to say, you're not gonna find me, chasing after Easter eggs.
Don't mind if I do.
If we see them, we see them. If we don't, it's not the end of the world.
Come on, let's work our way to the back. Look for anything useful.
Okay, Baird, now we've got polyps. Happy?
Yeah, ecstatic.
Incoming storm! Never get between a woman and a dragon.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I need to adjust the volume. It is the effects is like way too loud. There we go.
Come on!
There we go.
I got a shutout going, baby!
Much better.
It's throwing go! Yeah, which one of you freaks is next? Fire in the hole! Not your day, motherfucker! I'll take that.
You're just having a time of your life, Cole. Good for you.
Dibs here.
How would you like to wear it? Forward?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got a hat now. That's cool.
Coal train runs at whole grain, baby! Wow! Coal train runs at whole grain, baby! Wow!
Good for him. I forgot there was 2 locations.
Incoming stocks!
Rogers!
Watch the oars!
Oh, shit.
Target the pod!
Aisle 5.
Oh, you'll live.
I need ammo!
Here we go, here we go. You love Cole even more? Cole is my favorite. I very much love Cole.
Let me see.
He is so extra, like, throughout, like, the first and second game. And it's nice to, you know, play as him.
Still am, baby. You know, I just gotta get back into training.
Yeah, can we just find the beans now? Preferably without the free glowy bonus pack.
Oh, he just upset he's spaghetti. It's all good. It's all good. Because of his cap forward, it makes me think he's 50 Cent for a
Nothing
minute.
back here but another door.
Well, let's check it out.
Here we go. Also, is there anything cool in here? More Lancer ammo, always good. Don't care about that. Although I imagine the reason why that's there is because she decided to not wait it out.
Oh, shit! There's a locker in the way!
Okay, start looking for a way to move it.
Just push it. In the PvP multiplayer mode, you can play as Carmine the First.
Nice. That's
Who?
Not you. I know what happens when you let an angry chick loose with a mechanical loader.
Hey, we might be in luck for a change. This stuff could be usable.
Call the KR70. We request a grocery evac. We struck gold, son.
Roger that. The LZ's crawling with glowies, though. Give us a hand clearing them out, will ya? We'll drop a smoke to mark the pickup area.
You got it. Come on, let's get this stuff outside. This ain't our lucky day.
Hey, I see the
Try
green
another.
smoke.
Ding, 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 donk. Here we go.
Yo, another stock! Let's have some covering fire!
Those things are gonna be all over us. Let's clear the LZ and get this stuff to the pickup point fast.
Come on, we need to.
What the hell happened there? Why is...
Let's use the loader. Slam it!
Shoot it in the stomach!
Oh, yeah!
need ammo.
Oh, that's just gross.
Incoming storm!
Okay, so the only way it can go is this way.
Drag! Oh, that's just gross. Watch the head!
That fan's in the way.
Nothing the loader can't handle. Target the
Come
pump.
on! Get the supplies to the smoke!
Yep.
Okay, KR-70, you clear for pickup.
The Lamborghini that got crushed by the car. Damn it, I missed it.
Load secure. Cole, get your guys out of here. We'll cover you.
You heard the man. Time to love him and leave him, baby.
So wait, so which Carmine do we have?
The Lambin are overrunning Hanover. You want to call it a day?
We still got to go check out the warehouse and, you know, the stadium.
Oh, of course, the stadium. You're not making a pilgrimage or anything, are you?
Hey, I'm just being thorough.
Sure, nothing wrong with being thorough, Cole. We can totally have, like, our moments of nostalgia by having you go through the stadium.
Drudges!
Shoot the pods!
Whoa! Watch out for that gunk it's throwing around! Let's see what you got.
You want a piece of this? Ah! That shit burns! Damn it!
Incoming!
Come on!
Target the pod!
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I'm out.
Incoming!
I'm locked and loaded. Incoming!
Just a fucking nuclear bomb and bioweapon. There we go.
Lambert! Dunker!
Gunker!
Gunka. The fuck is that?
Incoming!
Incoming!
Target the pod!
Revive me!
Oh, you'll live.
Thank you. Oh, damn it.
Revive me!
Never mind. You have Clayton, or... Okay, someone says Carlton, but... Whichever one. Clayton is the middle. Just... Hopefully the two of you don't get into an argument about this kind of lore. I just wanted to know which Carmine I had. That was all.
Lambert!
Oh, wrong one.
shit burns! Damn it!
Am I even shooting the right thing? Probably not.
Come on! Throwing flag!
Target the pod!
So it just needs to be sustained fire on that particular pod, not like a, you know, huge amount of damage in one shot.
Can't stop breaking through! Focus fire!
What the fuck is this thing? And none of my teammates thought to shoot that?
All clear. Now let's go talk to the nice people.
Yeah. And I have barely any ammo.
Can't wait. Remember, we ain't no different from them, Damon. We all trying to get by the best we can.
Here we go. All right.
Stinking lambent.
Oh!
Jeez Louise, what the fuck?
Hey!
Okay, how the fuck did you survive that? Your brother died when someone decided to do a sniper shot to the head. That is entirely different.
Surprise. The Armored Wonder's turning out to save us.
Don't you people ever try gratitude? Just to break up the friggin' monotony of sarcasm?
Don't mind him. Someone stole his teddy when he was little. Is everyone okay?
Yeah, thanks for the help. We owe you. Hey, you're him, aren't you? You're Augustus Cole. Coltrane! What brings you back here?
He's still wearing his hat. Nice.
You remember me, baby? Just passing through, looking for food. If you got any to trade, the cold trainers sure appreciate that.
All right, come on in. We haven't got any food to spare, but we might have something else you need.
A football.
I meant supplies.
The exploding bowl launch was a one-shot, and the lunge stab as well. It was cruelty.
Good thing I wear a helmet.
Nice, nice. There's 3 butters. Focus on the names, not the order. Cool.
This way, folks.
Hey, we're heading for the stadium. Anything we should know?
Coltrane, I'll be damned.
Well, it ain't empty.
We kind of guessed as much.
Let's just say the boss over there ain't a COG fan. You might just want to take a detour around her.
Well, where there's people, there's supplies.
Hey, you're the Cold Train. Maybe you'll be able to work your magic on it. Hanover is still your house.
Funny how there's a lot more lambent around as soon as the COG shows up.
Must be their fan club. You know who the big guy is, don't you?
So, what have you got for us then? Shampoo? Conditioner? A gag for my friend here?
No, just ammo. It's out in the back.
Thank goodness for ammunition.
Now that's my kind of groceries.
Wow! Is it really you, Coltrane?
actually impressed that people were recognizing this guy. That's
Hey
kind of
there,
cool.
how you doing?
Always loved how dumb but cool little Clayton is at times.
Coltrane.
Awesome.
Hi, Coltrane.
So, where'd you get a hold of it?
Well, now you'd be surprised how much y'all left lying around over the years. Not much further.
Yo! Coltrane is back!
Hey! Oh, how's it going?
If they're gonna allow me to... Yep. Thought so. There we go. There we go. I knew it was a good idea to take a detour.
I can't believe it! It's him! Coltrane!
Oh, does this mean I can...
Oh, nice to see you. It's good to be back.
Sure, I'm Alright, cool. So I got all the Lancer. Pick up more frag. Alrighty. Oh, hello. Random ammo. It doesn't go into the thingamadoo. Damn it. I was hoping it would go into the boom shot.
There you go. All it's missing is a bow.
Michelson's gonna be well pleased with this. Nice one, Cole.
That's real generous of
It's
you,
a
man.
lot of ammunition.
Appreciate it.
You are welcome, Coltrane.
Yeah. Seems your fans still love you.
It's because my mama taught me some manners, son.
Baird to KR-70. We got a bumper crop of ammo for pickup.
This is KR-70, roger that. Heads up, guys. There's some joker on Centennial Bridge taking pot shots from a gun turret. We're giving it a wide berth. Suggest you watch your six as well.
Oh, trust me. I'm on permanent guard around these assholes. Baird out.
Okay, next stop, Cougar Stadium. I'm feeling lucky. Yo, by the gate. Can you open it up, please?
Take us to the stadium!
Appreciate that.
You're so good with the fans.
Anything of interest over here?
Look what we got here.
I don't know if you should have had that positive of a tone when we picked up dog tags there.
Watch the
Great,
stripes!
more Lambent. Still feeling lucky, Cole?
I'm locked and loaded.
These ugly bastards are really starting to piss me off!
Incoming! Shoot the front! What, you want my autograph, bitches?
It would be funny if they were fans in this. Oh, Jesus.
You want a piece of this?
Revive me!
Incoming!
Revive me!
Man down!
Oh, damn it. Not us.
Revive me! Man down!
Get up!
There we go. And of course they explode.
Another dead globe!
Wait, did I force the like NPC AI to like be able to take on the tougher enemy just because I got past a certain like flagged distance?
It looks like we're gonna have to cut through here.
Do we have? Oh, there, that way. He swerved his hand and sideways before stabbing you. Sometimes the enemy plays unfairly.
So we got some crazy bandits on the bridge now.
Yeah, and the ship's gonna pass right under them.
Come on, even the stranded gangs wouldn't take on a warship.
I'd blow the shit out of that bridge, just to be sure.
And that's why you never get promoted.
Yeah, probably a good idea. I don't know if explosions is the right...
It's go time,
Also,
baby.
destroying infrastructure just to have a cleaner transport is not a good solution.
Holy ground ahead, people!
Hey!
Remind me, Cole, what was it you played again? Oh yeah, ladies field hockey, right?
Cause you don't know, Carmine, Barrett was a Sharks fan. Cause he didn't know any better. He's still bitching about it.
All Father's trophy, blind referee. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, shit. The gate's locked.
Not a problem.
Hey, Baird, got any wire cutters?
Yeah, hang on.
Just gives him the lantern. It's just like, how about this?
Junkers!
Target the pond!
Come on! Incoming! Incoming! Dredges! Incoming!
Taking fire!
Do I have any more ammunition I can pick up? No, I don't.
Better stay clear
Darn.
of those guys.
Let's check
Real
out the stadium,
painful.
and then we getting the hell out of here.
Nice. Ah, excuse me. MVP. Wait, are there refugees here as well in the stadium?
Hey, look. He's still the hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bums didn't even melt down his statue for scrap. Now that's respect.
Shut up, Baird. You're just upsetties.
Shit, it is you! Wow, Cole, what are you doing back here?
Looking for supplies?
You look just like I remember. Hey, you finally coming back home or something?
Hey, kid, keep it away forever, baby. Just checking everything's the way I left it, more or less.
You wanna have a beer with us? We brew some good stuff.
Thanks, but I'll pass. Still on duty. We're looking for supplies, though. Anything you want to trade?
Better ask the boss. We can take you to see her.
I hear she might not be a fan.
She'll listen to you. You're the Coal Train. Woo-woo!
Yeah.
Yo, the coal train don't go woo-woo. It's woo!
Landon! They're inside!
Uh-oh.
Dogs are coming up inside the stadium!
Get down! Find some cover!
Here we go. Here we go. Lower levels.
Carmine, you with me? Barrett, Sam, upstairs. Lay down some fire.
Shoot the pod!
Revive me! You done made a mess of my floor, bitch!
That's for Anthony! And Benjamin! Check your life insurance! Freak
Amen
boy!
to that, brother!
I just heard him say that's for Anthony and Benjamin, and then check your license, freak boy. Which tells me that...
It's go time,
oh my god. So that's what sets the thingy of like, oh yeah, the name Carmine on like whatever building is the same Carmine.
Got caught!
Incoming! Incoming! Throwing frag! You can't stop this!
There we go.
All right, let's go see if the boss lady's in a good mood.
Hopefully so. Hopefully so. Stimo! Ooh.
Look.
Rules. All players associated with the Hanover Cougars are required to abide by the following rules governing physical contact and regulation matches. Number 1 is backing. Players cannot touch the back of an opponent in possession of a ball in play. Holding. Players cannot hold, grab, or otherwise restrain other players, regardless of position or circumstances. Cougar management recognizes injury as an acceptable inevitability in professional thrashball matches and advises, but not require, players to avoid engaging in the following actionable or potentially criminal acts. Purposely missing or whiffing a dive catch with arms outstretched to punch an opponent's face, mouth, or groin. This is with CCL Rules 5.13.19. Trampling over or stomping on an opponent off his feet while raining distraction, which is CL 12.10.83, and checking opponents over boundaries and into spectator stands, as seen by Alejandro versus Smits.
We got here!
Nice. Oh, cool. Look. Coltrane! It would have been a little cooler if instead of, like, the rubber pointy up, like, one thingy, it would have been, like, a giant train. Here we go. I can't remember if there was a unique dialogue. It's okay. It's not important. Bam. Coltrane.
Yeah, you're right about the smells lingering forever. Whew.
Oh, shit. Okay. Wait, is he about to... Oh my god, he is.
Yeah, your punk ass messed up my sacred turf. Bad idea. Yo, I'm about to clean some shit up these motherfuckers. Whoa!
Oh my god, he really is. Score a point!
Ain't enough freaks to stop this man. You want some?
Get away from the bomb. Idiot. Love that you were able to have a moment, but there was a bomb.
Are you okay, Cole?
The train still got the moves, baby. Now, that was a move I first used against the Eagles in the national finals. Of course, them bitches didn't explode.
Yeah, you still got it. Now let's go sweet talk the Queen of the Bums.
Wouldn't it be funny if it was like Coltrane's mom or something like that?
Sovereign to all KR units off ship. We are under heavy lambent attack. The ship has been boarded and we require support. I say again, we are under attack and require immediate assistance.
Damn it. Well, that changes our dinner plans.
Call to KR-70. Time to get us back to the ship.
KR-70 here. That's a negative, Cole. Got some serious lambent shit on board Sovereign. Stand by.
Roger that. Okay, let's see if the boss lady can get us back to the ship some other way.
Alright, boom shots will be good.
Oh well, nice while it lasted.
Oh, shit!
Hey, this is all your fault. Those things left us alone until the cog showed up.
Ma'am, our ship was in trouble and we're trying to get back fast. You got any transport we can borrow?
She's probably not gonna let us borrow any.
Here are the keys to my luxury yacht. Look, Cog, you're on your own. Get out while you can. Come on, move it! Get downstairs and open the rear gates! We've got people to evacuate!
Barrett, we gotta reach the bridge. The Sovereign's gonna pass underneath it.
All right. Yeah, maybe take over those gun turrets, or just rappel down when the ship's below us.
Ma'am, is the cable car to the bridge still working?
Yeah, but here's some free advice. Forget the bridge. They're stranded over there that you really don't want to mess with.
Yeah, we'll take our chances. We gotta get back on our ship.
Fine, get yourself killed. No skin off my back.
Hey, Cole, they seem to know a way out.
So do I. This way.
Love how he still has his hat. So silly.
You know, maybe we should have gone the back route after all.
Well, at least we're going slightly faster. Well, I knew to press the right thing.
Come on, we're almost on the roof.
I see red barrel. Red barrel must explode. It's that simple. Building towards a brighter future. The Centennial Bridge.
Anyone afraid of heights?
Not anymore. Love heights. I love them. Fucking love them.
Come on! The line still reaches the bridge!
And that's our stop, so let's do this! Wow!
Oh no, he lost his hat!
Wow! I think I just invented a new sport, bitches! Getting your ass shot off while dangling from a cable? Yeah, there, that'll catch on. The ass-off championships. Wow!
Okay, let's secure this bridge. Champ, bitch, but we got a ship to save.
That's the last of them. For now, anyway.
Wait, is this the bridge section where we tip over all the what's-a-mahoosie boomers?
There's some trigger-happy stranded.
Yeah, this doesn't look good at all.
Come on, will you get on with it? If we lose that ship, we lose everything we've got.
Ah.
Call the Sovereign! Call the Sovereign! Come in, Sovereign! Shit, the comms are still down and I can't see a goddamn thing. We need to get to the center of this bridge!
Yeah, but we have to get past that first.
My unique charisma should do the trick.
Yeah, I'll have to lend you some of mine.
Yeah. Good work, Carmen. I don't think they're normal stranded in there.
I can feel the crosshairs just about here.
Hey, I saw movement. Top of the barricade. Stay sharp.
Hello? Anyone home? Knock, knock. We're just passing through. We just need a hand to get back to our shit!
Darn it.
So much for diplomacy.
Yeah, what else do you expect from these stranded shits? Let's get this over with.
Hey! Those aren't stranded. They're Locust.
Ew! They're still alive.
Back in town.
Well, we did flood them out their tunnels. Hey, they got a gun position in that toll booth!
Yeah, top of the barricade, too!
Keep the change, asshole. Here's my toll, bitch.
Snipers! They're flanking us right! Yeah, charisma. Works every time.
Dink. Why are they back to back in there? Ah, because they're popping out of there. Cool.
Creative assholes, aren't they? Looks like they're building turrets out of old Lancers. A for effort.
Everyone's salvaging stuff, even the bloody grubs.
Yeah, those things could stop a truck, as long as the recoil didn't dislocate your shoulder.
Uh-oh, I hear that.
Great, boomers. The whole Grub family's turned out to say hi.
We missed you, baby, but damn, you ugly than ever.
Nice. Weavers? Jesus. Ah, here it is. The retro Lancer that people were talking about. Less accurate than the modern day Lancer, this one still packs plenty of punch. Okay. Alrighty, let's give it a try.
Hey, I like what they've done with the place. The informal, squalid look.
It's grubs we're talking about here, Baird. Squalid's normal for
No,
them.
when they were underground, they were organized. This looks like they've gone feral or something. Stranded. Savage, even.
Oh, yeah, okay, this is worse. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the accuracy of this. Granted, they have a shitload of retro Lancers here, so... Because, like, even just one shot, it's, like, losing so much accuracy. Alright, let's try this incendiary grenade. With its original bit, you can hold to charge them with it. Okay, give it a shot. We'll give it a shot.
Oh, you think you can stop the coal train?
Well, glad to see that coming home didn't depress you.
Ah, you can't keep the coal train down, baby! I'm a force of nature! Whoa!
Woo! Oh, something to grab here? No, just the turret. Never mind. The Gears make constant joke about the Dun dislocating from its recoil and kick. Yeah, they made that joke recently with the fact that, like, they just use old Lancers as their, Gatling guns. So I thought it was just the fact that they had so many Lancers, like, strapped together was the, you know, the whole dislocating thing. But I guess the fact that it's a retro is what does it.
Ha-ha! This shit never gets old!
So yeah, because look at that. It just, like... Nice! Alright, through the barbed gate we go.
Let's see if we can get around this way.
That ship's gonna be 20 clicks away by the time we get across this bridge.
Oh,
there's a little...
Glass half empty man, aren't you?
Yeah, buy me a beer and I'll show you.
Oh, she won't buy you anything. Your name...
Shit! We gotta try another route. Come on, in here.
Alrighty, in we go, in we go.
Okay, lower deck or the catwalk?
I think the catwalk.
Sam, let's take the catwalk. Barrett, you and Carmine take the lower deck.
That's the only catwalk Sam's ever gonna be on.
When this is over, Baird, I'm gonna raise your voice an octave.
It means she's gonna punch you in the dick.
Cole, can you see anything yet?
1 sec. Come on, we see the ship. She's on fire.
Roger that. Better get our ass in gear.
Nothing personal.
Want some of this?
I'm out.
Now that is what we call skill issue.
There we go. Hi there, Blue. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. How goes your fun little holiday down in, I don't fucking know, Whoop Whoop or somewhere. I don't know. Blue right now is on holiday. Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy. They're gonna hopefully have a wonderful time, and I am gonna be going through Metal Gear's, not Metal Gear Solid. I'm just gonna be going through, oh, hello.
I'm not done with you.
Yeah.
Cole!
Yeah, just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Dibs!
Dibs! Aggressive assault, as it does more damage than a normal Lancer at the expense of accuracy, so it's meant for up close and personal fighting. You brought a 2-kilogram tin of powdered lemon iced tea? Why did you need 2 kilograms of powdered lemon iced tea?
Big, ugly motherfucker.
Cole, can you see this shit?
Baby, we got a grandstand view. We're crossing the bridge right above the ship.
Any way you can kill this thing from where you are?
Putting it scientifically? We need to blow his brains out of his ass.
Calm your right
head. Come up with an idea.
With the 2-kilogram team, you can make 22 liters of iced tea. Good for you.
Saved your asses.
You killed one, a baby, and you wrecked the harbor doing it. That one's twice the size.
So what's your plan? Nag it to death? Hey, wait a minute. You actually could.
Look, ladies, one way or another, we gotta help Sovereign. Or she's screwed and so are we.
Ah, shit! There go the guns!
Either one got a plan B, because now will be a good time.
Okay, the grubs must have plenty of ordnance here. You find it, I'll make it go bang.
Here we go.
Hey, that'll do the job. Find some more tickers. Drop, splat, bang, end of story.
Nice.
Yeah, if they don't kill us first.
Tickers!
Can't stop this.
Time to bum rush. Up we go, up we go. With our little poop squat bum rushing.
Mortars, get down!
Hey, Ben, we could use one of those.
No, a mortar would just piss off a Leviathan that size.
Okay, let's just kill the mortar crew and find that stash of tickets.
Uh-oh, it's frozen. Oh, no, never, we're all good.
Take cover in the containers!
Hello there.
Hey, what the fuck is that? A floating locust barge?
What the shit?
Ooh, big slow target full of gas. Is it my birthday?
I call dibs on that.
Who says this job can't be fun? Are you kidding me?
Alright, so not that great of a weapon. There we go.
Oh, that was beautiful, baby.
Hi there, Sir Dragon. You're alive. You just got back from seeing the Hail Mary movie. It was really good. It's worth a watch. Nice. I am... No spoilers from AP, because I have not yet seen it, and it is a film that I do want to see. I loved the Martian book, quite frankly. Andy Weir's, like sci-fi writing was really good, and I found that when they converted the book, The Martian, to the film, it was still a good film. So, I've not read Hail Mary, but I would most certainly go and watch it, at least.
Shit, we got Chloe joining the party again. Any more of you puppies want some?
So yeah, it's on the to-do list.
Pilots! Woohoo! The cold taste on a roll, baby! So Who that was?
Oh, I can get more incendiary grenades. That works for me. More retro.
Oh, I think I'll take that.
I think I'll take that too. What did I miss? The Fat Grubs have airships. Haven't read the book. Yeah, okay, okay. The US spends too much money on getting Matt Damon back? What do you mean they spent too much on getting Matt Damon back? Matt Damon's not in Project Hail Mary. They have they have Ryan Gosling.
Oh yeah, there's your tickers.
Okay, Barrett, time to impress us.
Yeah, great, no pressure. Okay, if we hit the sweet spot, it'll be goodnight Leviathan. Can they get it to move right beneath us?
Marcus, while you were taking a break, the blonde genius had an idea.
Sardodonks 88 with the 26
Can you lower that bitch to the front end so we can
Thank you, Sir Dragon, for the resub. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with any of the advertising that normally goes on, and you get to utilize all of these cool emotes. Look at all these cute boys. Aren't they amazing? Whenever there's a movie with Matt Damon, he is always somewhere that needs to go back. Yeah, but that's the Martian film. That's not Project Hail Mary.
Snipers! We got some more! Yeah, which one of you freaks is next?
One, two, three, four. There we go. Alright, so we can't use that forever, but hey, I was able to get a good initial shot with it when I could.
Behind us!
Cole, you got one pissed Leviathan in position. You ready?
Give us a minute!
Tell Barrett he's just blowing shit up, not writing a goddamn symphony.
You know what? Tell him I'm being a genius as fast as I can.
Yeah, but we got our own problems up here.
Cole, you're gonna be scraping us up in a bucket if you don't get a move on.
Find some cover fast, or your ass gonna be swimming in some glowing gravy.
Alright, there we go. Alright, let's go, let's go. We're pushing the tickers. Here we go, here we go. Putting it scientifically.
And all that shit. Hey, I thought you'd enjoy the witty irony of grub on glowy violence. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. You're gonna blow up the whole ship, genius!
We lost a bridge. We're in trouble.
No point! We're so dead! I suppose you want me to say I've always loved you. But I don't. I really, really don't.
God damn it. How the fuck you survived?
I think you got it, Baird.
Hey, we walked away in one piece. That's what counts, right?
Nearly dying. I don't know if that's in one piece. Hardly the same.
Marcus, you okay? Dom, speak to me. Where are y'all?
Look sharp, people. That's not search and rescue.
Ah, that's even
Come
worse.
on, we gotta haul ass. We gotta get to the ship before that freak parade does.
Alright, here we go.
Whoa, those are different. No explosives. Any bets on their party trick?
Ah, cool. Okay, wild takers will eat weapons, ammunition, shots before... I missed that. What was that, Or, I missed the little tip that they gave us. Also, I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. If you are subscribed, you do not have to deal with these advertisements when they come along. Instead, you get to like, you know, deal with whatever the fuck I decide. We're gonna have words on stream running while I go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry. I'll make it like a proper break, because... Hang on. Actually, no, I'll just make it 30 seconds, all right? Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Ding, dong, bam, boom. All right. Are we ready? Hopefully we're ready. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick. Ferrotier. That's totally a word, isn't it? Ferrotier. Bathroom break. Fourth is a word. Yeah. From all the way out here. Stop. All right. Yep. All right. I am back. I have returned. Hello. Alrighty. Not too great on the score, I see. Oop. I didn't get this thing properly slotted into my chest again. There we go. Get rid of this. And stop the little fun dance. Click or tap. Here we go. There we go. I'm back. It was nice enjoying alongside the stream. I'm going to hit the hay and call it a night. It's 3:30 in the morning for me, but I can't keep my eyes open, so I'm going to EP time. Good night. I hope you enjoy the stream. Not to worry, Bad Beast. Thank you so much. Tickers eat ammo or guns that are lying around. Ah, okay, so that's their thing. Chickens.
Let's mop up this shit and get this over. I'm hit. Come on! This ship needs us. Yeah, which one of you freaks is next? We got some more!
Yeah, I prefer the normal Lancer over the retro.
Did you see that? We got some more!
Need more ammo. How do you like that then? Come on, we've still got survivors out there.
They're all dead.
Move it.
Excellent. Thank you for the head pats as well. Here we go, here we go.
Did you see that?
So, I'm doing a really good job on this active reloading thing. I'm glad that that skill has not disintegrated after a couple weeks of not playing this game. Or this franchise, I should say, not this game. This is my first time playing it. Oh! That's Marcus. Oh, that's Dom. Okay, they're both here.
Cough it up, baby! Dom, is he okay?
Come on, Santiago. Breathe.
Damn it! Oh, God.
He is now.
Anya, Jace, respond. Over. Come on, damn it, answer me!
Marcus, I'm with Jace near the ship. I need some help with Prescott or he's not gonna make it.
I heard Prescott. Tell me that's just my old head injury?
Prescott? What, do we got an echo here or something? Yeah, Prescott's back, Michelson's dead, and my father's alive. Film at 11. Anya, we're coming to get you.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that film is going to be in the middle of the night.
Help out at the lifeboats. They're beached just north of the ship.
You got it. Sam and Carmine are on their way.
What kind of explosion is that?
Whoa, nasty! Those little shits can dig undercover!
Hostile! Flank him! Marcus, flank right! Flank right!
There we go. Oh, so graphic.
Who's next? Whoopee! We found the circus parade.
Shit! They look like giant turkeys!
Whoa! They've turned them into catapults! Man, those grubs are twisted! Bring it!
Yes, I'm swapping to different weapons.
Okay, one down! But there's still 2 more out there! Let's take them out before they destroy what's left of the ship!
Can I break these? Yeah, I can.
Damn, that turkey's accurate! How the hell do these grubs think of this freaky shit?
That's 2! Shit! Roma!
Come on.
Gobble, 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 motherfucker!
Nice.
We're clear! Move out!
All right, people, let's find him. I need Prescott alive. All this going on and we're worried about Prescott?
Prescott knows where Marcus's dad is.
Whoa, that's gonna be one ugly can of worms.
Save your strength, Bear. I'm gonna need you to recover a message for me.
Hostile!
Nice!
The retro lancer or the long shot to do their thing. And I need to regroup down this way.
Did enough to me.
Enemy spotted!
Come on, flag!
Look out!
Damn, that kid's got some balls. We're coming, Jace.
Hey, the cavalry finally showed up.
Sorry, I'm now entering into like a bit of a focus mode right now.
Yeah, which one of you freaks is next?
movement!
Let's get down there.
Oh, thank God. Anyone got a hemostat dressing?
Oh, damn, he's actual proper out.
Give me a hand. Press down here and hold it. Don't expect too much conversation. One lung's collapsed, his chest cavity's filling up.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Sergeant. Where's that chat you promised me?
Where's my goddamn father?
The disc. Azura.
And I'm supposed to know what that is?
No. It's a research facility. He's been working there. Queen Mira captured it days ago.
God damn you, where's Azura?
Marcus, come on.
So close.
Encryption. That old bastard. He'll be furious.
He's gone. Maybe there's something else in your father's message. We've got to find a data reader.
Who was he talking about?
Hoffman. The bastard is Hoffman.
Spit it out.
Look, Hoffman's been hanging on to that data disk he stole from Prescott back on Vectis. All those goddamn months I spent trying to crack the encryption for him, we still didn't have a friggin' clue what was on it. Well, I bet it's the data on Azura, and that unlocks it. We have to get it to Hoffman and crack that disk.
He's at Anvil Gate. That's a hell of a long journey, Marcus.
I hate to interrupt people, but we got visitors!
Alright.
Smoke out!
Here comes some more!
We got some more!
Got one!
Easy defense, easy defense. Alright, that's not gonna be too easy. Nice. There we go.
Man, that was nasty.
Okay, let's move out.
All good. We survived, Wild Saber. It's fine.
This is all I can recover.
I've tried to contact you over the years, but I've been held prisoner at Azura since Prescott abducted Azura. Keep your mind on the emulsion countermeasure. That's all that matters. I've been at Azura since Prescott abducted me from the estate. Prescott abducted me. Prescott abducted me.
Fucking Prescott. God damn him! So now what? Now we go see Hoffman. Sam, you're from Anvil Gate. What's the quickest route?
Cross the Deadlands. It's gonna be rough, but I can take you straight there.
Just give us directions, Sam. You and Anya stay here with Carmine and Jason, supervise the salvage.
Marcus, we'll catch up with you when the situation's under control. Okay?
Okay, good luck. Come on, we've got a long walk ahead of us. Let's get going.
Hey, it's a barge.
Looks like the one we shot down earlier.
Anyone got a pump and some duct tape?
I hate those chompers. Little creeps can't leave anything alone. Ugh.
Yeah, imagine rooting around looking for parts all the time.
Hey, I make intelligent use of free resources. That's how come we're still alive to bitch about it.
Come on. The Locust must have more of these gas barges. There's our ride. Let's track it.
Alright, cool. Cool salvaging.
When we hijack the barge, let me drive. I think I've got a way to control it.
It's all yours, Baird.
Thing. Climb up that.
Keep moving! What's in those cages?
It's a
People.
keep out sign.
Well, it almost worked.
Looks like our barge.
They've got to land sooner or later. Come on, or else we're gonna lose them.
Heads up, guys. I think I saw movement out there.
Whoa, it's heading our way.
Spread out and keep moving!
Shit, it's a corpser! You know, only smaller. Get out of the way!
Take it out!
They got plate armor on their legs. Aim for the head! Fuck, here we go again. Stay sharp.
go. Given the size of the corpser, I imagine we're going to be dealing with that kind of enemy a number of times.
There's gotta be more of them.
Oh, I bet all his little ugly buddies are out there somewhere.
Yeah, probably right where the barges are heading.
Called it! More grubs above us!
I'm hit!
Who's next? Come on! Gotcha.
That was easy. Alrighty. And let's get ourselves the mulcher. If it overheats from continuous fire, cool down with... Yep, sounds good, sounds good. This will be easy. Okay, maybe not easy if he's deciding to do like a whole, like, blowing a horn nonsense.
Oh, shit! Look at the hang time with those bitches. $20 if you pop one in the air!
You want some? Next!
There we go.
Grubs!
All clear. Let's move. This'll do.
Just giant fucking cleaver. Yes, please. Ah, but we don't get to keep it. Darn it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Artillery incoming! Ron, get out of range!
Okay, this is way.
Keep moving! We've
We're
got to
running
take
out
out
that
that catapult!
Oh my god, so sorry for the yawn. You would think after like a couple days of being in Australia, I would be more accustomed to...
At the end of this,
I would be more accustomed to this time zone, but it doesn't
Anything
seem
about
to
those
be.
turrets look familiar to you? They're using old Lancers.
Yeah, they were using them on the Centennial Bridge, too.
Well, give them points for ingenuity.
Flank 'em!
Oh, yeah!
Okay, that's a cool effect to see the, like, when there was, like, the smoke cloud and all that kind of nonsense there, if you did, like, firing into it, you could see their silhouette.
Taking fire!
Let's get up there.
Yep, we're up there. Here we go. On our way. I'm glad this streaming isn't the only way I've been playing video games. I've been playing a game with Jack the Crow off stream, which I've I've gone through all kinds of different kinds
I'll
of
take
games.
any help I can get if it means we get a ride out of here.
This is the thingy. All right.
Okay. Let's see how good this thing is.
Well, at least that's thinned him out.
Go. But yeah, I've been playing with Jack the Crow in a game called Grounded. So, because I've played through a few survival crafters, don't get me wrong, and such like that, and like, you know, survival crafters, like, if I can do the crazy amount of yapping, or if I had like a, you know, a regular partner or something like that in stream, like, then surely I probably would do survival crafter or what have you, which probably would have been the better. Darn it, I was really hoping to get you with the what's-some-whoosies, but I guess that's not the case. Ugh. Anyway, so, been going through Grounded with Jack the Crow, and quite honestly, it's probably one of the best survival crafters that I've personally have gone through.
They're definitely setting up home here.
Grab what you need and keep moving.
I was hoping to grab more, but okay, fine, fine. Yeah. Even with my, like, you know, I don't have, like, an arachnophobia level of fear of spiders, but, like, the fact that I know that there's going to be spiders in, you know, Grounded and such like that, I don't feel as,
See, that's what happens when you flood
frightened.
the tunnels.
They will still scare me, don't get
anywhere
me
they
wrong,
can.
especially when they
I
jump
thought it was
scare
kind
you,
of
but
weird to see him up here strolling around. They ain't the kind.
yeah, I've been able to go through it without needing to turn on
Seems like they've
arachnophobia
dug
mode.
themselves a new home. They must be excavating the whole area. Hey, that barge looks like it's setting down. Anyone up for a hijack?
Yeah. First class to Anvil Gate? Let's do it.
Imagine if they did have different classes in the barges. Without setting off the alarm. Okay, okay.
Take out any guards before they sound the alarm.
Now, if I had a stealth weapon, this might be...
Contact.
Stop him before he sounds the horn!
Not really a stealth mission, but sure.
Let's try that side entrance.
Alright, let's see. What happens when I use the snub on you? Ah, okay. You just do violence.
The side gate's clear. Okay, go.
That's what Hoffman would call a serious lack of vigilance.
Alright. And we did that stealthily.
We better start liberating some supplies.
This must lead into the main compound.
Grub architecture is interesting. Oh yeah, giant bones.
Oh, crap! Well, at least we didn't walk into a hail of instant death.
Yeah, if we don't take out those gun turrets, that comes next.
We got some more!
Either we shut down that turret or we're friggin' ground stake!
Go, go.
Gotcha.
Oh, I'm all the way over here, and they're all the way over there.
Nice save. Thanks for the help.
Come on!
Alright, looks like we got everyone that could have taken the turret.
Enemy reinforcements!
Yeah, that's more like it!
Frag out! Dig!
Who's next?
Go.
Surprise!
Oh, I wanted to see what happened while I was holding a grenade. But okay, fine.
This'll do.
Dom can have the execution, I suppose. Where? Oh, gate mechanism is over there. Idiot. Man, the late hour is definitely muddling with my brain, I'm gonna be real with you. Ooh, boy.
That was character forming.
Huh, you gotta hand it to them grubs. They built to last.
So, any idea where we are now?
In the shit. Up to here.
Barrett has been way more
Why did
sarcastic.
Hoffman have to move to the other end of the frickin' world?
I just hope the old man's still alive. How long since we last had radio contact with Anvil Gate?
Just over a year.
If he's dead, Bernie would hang on to the disc.
Bernie?
Heads up! There's a barge over there. Let's see where it lands.
Ooh, okay, okay. Here we go, here we go. Hopefully we'll get there shortly. Meow. And it looks like we're getting to a serious sequence.
I don't think they landed.
Incoming!
Shit! Get inside!
Take cover! After the next salvo, run for it.
All right. Move!
Incoming!
Go now!
Incoming!
Okay, now!
Incoming!
Finally! Looks like that barge is leaving.
Well, if we're lucky, they think we're dead. If we're not...
Baird here. There's no more COG High Command barking at me for fresh intel, but I figure I'd keep up with the research anyway. It's kind of turned into a hobby. Some king... Hey, Danny! When'd you steal my shirt? I figure I'd keep up with research anyway. It's kind of turning into a hobby. Some people knit, but I like staring at creepy locust ruins and finger necklaces. Anyhow, we stumbled across this hammer in the fresh trenches the grubs have been digging up. It looked a little too ornate to be just another common tool, probably made out of some expensive polyalloy. If I'm reading this right, this is a ceremonial object, the fine china of locust weaponry, you might say, only to be used for very, very special occasions. But here it is, reduced to just another tool in the woodshed to get a dirty job done. Essentially, the locust equivalent of some gear wiping their ass with the Octus cannon.
They're gone to get more bombs. Okay, let's get
Radio.
up this ramp and see where...
Finger necklaces? No, that's what one of the locusts would have made. So he's just like, you know, weird symbols and finger necklaces is what he's looking through.
Baird, you sure you can control that overgrown bladder when we grab it?
Yeah, Tinkle Toes, because you know bladder control ain't your strong suit.
Once. It happened once, okay? Anyway, I grabbed the nav system from that wrecked barge. One direct course to Anvil Gate, programmed and ready.
Nice job.
Sus mind. Oh my! I was not thinking of sus things with the finger necklaces. When I hear finger necklaces, I was thinking, oh god, someone was having like just severed fingers. We've just been going through all kinds of gore through this game.
The reinforcements.
Yeah, you deal with the reinforcements. I'm going into this little side off thing.
Medic!
Yeah, okay, maybe going on my own was not the right idea.
Let's dance.
Looks like we're gonna have to go back into the trenches. Unless anyone prefers a suicide run across open ground.
I vote we sneak around and avoid getting shot in the ass for a change.
Hell yeah, and I second that.
Here we go. So innocent. I don't think of myself as innocent.
Hey, a pet shop! Hey, Barry, look, that one's cute.
Yeah, it can do tricks too, like blowing up in your face.
Excuse me.
Shit, we're gonna have every grub in the place on our backs. Dagger!
Who's next?
The fuck kind of like weird thing would there be with a quote-unquote finger necklace? Because I can only think of like one thing with a finger necklace. I don't think that's a euphemism. Oh, now the gate opens. All right, let's go. Let's go.
So this is how they do it. It's a ticker assembly line.
And now it's a free supply of ordnance. Thank you, Grubs.
Help yourselves. Might as well use them.
One dead grub.
There we go.
Tickers!
Oh, yeah!
Here we go, here we go. Making our way downtown.
We got some more! Fire in the hole!
They're on!
Ah! I didn't know he could do that. Hi, welcome back, Wild Saber. Glad to see you're still here.
So this is how they do it. It's a ticker assembly line.
Yeah, I gotta
And now
watch
it's
through
a
all
free
this again.
supply of ordnance. Thank you, Grubs.
Help yourselves. Might as well use them.
Tickers!
Come on! Gotcha. Nice! They're on! Come on!
Enemy reinforcement!
Ah, darn it. I thought there was more. Well, that's fine. We're making our way slowly but surely.
Corpser! Hey, look out! There's another corpser! Which side are you on?
Rock and move!
Frag out!
Yay, grenade worked.
More rods coming through the gate! Heads up, we're being flanked! Got one!
Hate corpsers. It's all the legs. Freaks me out.
Well, you see, that's because humans are hardwired to react to things that scuttle, and... Okay, I'll shut up now.
I wonder, is that a real thing that we're hardwired against, like, things that quote-unquote scuttle? Because I know that we're really, really good at pattern recognition because of, like, a survival tactic, but also, like, the whole uncanny valley, like, how we're all irked by that, means that there was in the past, like, in our ancestors, someone that looked very similar to humans, but weren't human, and were a threat to us due to that similarity.
Ah, so that's where corpses come from.
When a mommy corpser and a daddy corpser love each other very much...
Whoa, stay back. It would think the first thing he sees is his mother.
Why don't you two guys shut the fuck up before we wake its mother?
Well, there goes that idea.
Ah, shit, we woke Mom!
And she woke the family! Those damn eggs are hatching!
Come on, kill him and get out of here!
Isn't it bad luck to kill spiders or something?
Dang, spiders!
Never heard of that.
Look out! More eggs are hatching!
I'm pretty sure there is no luck base whether or not you kill spiders.
Must be feeding time! Here's Mom!
You one ugly mother! Go for the eyes! Keep shooting the eyes!
Oh, cool. There's more ammo I can pick up over there.
Only two
Let's pick up some ammo.
Shit! We got more eggs cracked!
How many eggs does this thing have?
Only one left!
Oh, shit! Now she's pissed!
She's tearing the place apart!
Look out! The ceiling's collapsing!
I don't care where this leads, as long as it's out!
Let's hope that barge is still around.
Hopefully so. Looks to still be here.
Oh, yeah! We got plenty of gas bags now. Choose any model you like.
That might be the queen?
It's him. Alert the fleet. I want every outpost between here and Azura at full readiness. And make sure we don't lose him again.
God damn it, she's still alive? How the hell did she survive the flood?
So, she's still running the show.
Holy shit! Look at the size of that bug!
I got your number, bitch.
It always weirded me out that, like, the leader of, like, the Locusts and such like that, she had such a humanoid look to her, when every other adversary, like, within the Locust has been, like, grotesquely alien, like, bug.
Next!
Smoke out!
Go.
You want some?
Marcus, we've got green stars smoking down from the barge!
Marcus, how about hijacking one of those barges?
They're not close enough. Let's just clear them out and get to the tower.
Hopefully that explosion did a number. It did! Nice, nice. Now I just need ammo.
Enemy reinforcement!
Where is... Oh yeah, we just go this way.
Digger! Medic! Thanks!
Let's go!
Next! Okay, we're clear. Let's get to the tower.
Oh, damn. Okay, we got a ways to go. Alright, here we go. Here we go. It's because she was human once. Remember the facility in Gears 1? It explained humanity created the Okay, Wild Saber. It wasn't Gears 1. I had a sneaking suspicion in Gears 2. I don't believe we had a research facility in Gears 1 for the whole thing, but we did for Gears 2. It wasn't explicitly told to us there, but it was, like, alluded to. So, thanks.
Marcus, it figures the Queen would be behind all of this.
Yeah. It's her we're gonna have to deal with. One way or another.
But yeah, while you've given like the narrative, like, oh, turns out
there's the landing tower.
Like, you've done the faux pas of like just doing, quite frankly, a spoiler. Don't do that. Secondly, it still doesn't answer my question as to why the fuck do we get sci-fis that are like, oh, we can do the fantasy or sci-fi species, and if it's a humanoid, but like doing something extra to the faces and such. But when it comes to the women of the same species, we somehow feminize them even further and make it so the face doesn't keep to the same fugly as the men.
Everyone up for boarding it?
Oh yeah, it's pirate time, baby!
Okay, who am I trying to shoot at?
Guards! More Queen's Guards coming down! Could use a hand. That all you got? Come on, son!
That was a close one.
Damn it! Can't get close enough to grab it! Revive me!
Darn it. Come on. There we go.
Medic! Got one!
Here we go, here we go.
Let's get out of here.
And onto the barge we go.
This is the last time I fly with a budget airline.
You do you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you look over the side, you might see Anvil Gate.
Sorry, I just needed to get rid of that message. Because otherwise it's going to be bothering me when
Lovely historic city of Anvagad. It is lovely, right?
Even Sam says it's the ass end of the world, and it's her hometown. So it's got to be Mira that's holding your dad, Marcus.
And now she knows I'm coming for him.
Baird, you sure this thing's still on course?
Look, I programmed the course Sam gave us. You want a coloring book or something? Pencils? Look, something shiny.
You kids better behave. Don't make me turn this thing around.
Baird, how long before we're in radio range of Anvil Gate?
Oh, yes, they've only been flying for like the last hour and a bit.
We'll have the coffee ready.
Oh, yeah. And some cookies, too.
This flight is nothing, Cole, okay?
Someone's taking a pounding out
like,
there.
quite frankly, I have lasted for like 13 hours on a flight.
This is truck 54! I need some help fast, or else I'm gonna be kissing my ass goodbye!
I don't believe it. That you, Dizzy?
Marcus Freaks? Well, I'll be damned. Where are you, son?
We're on our way, Dizzy. See the extra barge coming in? That's us.
Ejector barge? Damn, Marcus, you got some hangers on you.
Hangers, son of a bitch. We'll get those grubs off your back. Hang on.
Hey, looks like they're carrying ammo crates. You thinking what I'm thinking?
Let's target them and see what happens.
Good call, Baird.
Oh, yeah! 2 in a row. Nice shooting.
Baird, get this thing as close to the ground as you can. We're going in.
Just in case it decides to go exploring without us.
You taking on the grub army single-handed again, Dizzy?
I guess I should learn my lesson against scores.
Well, looks like you learned plenty.
It's on me! Not the back, on me!
You're good to go.
Heads up, we've got a reaver.
Take out that buzzer!
It's all of us ganging up on the one.
Taking fire! Okay, we're clear.
There we go.
Wasn't expecting to run
Sup,
into you
Dizzy?
boys again. Come on, help me move some of this ammo before the goddamn grubs come back. I found a stash back here before the grubs jump me. Fort needs every
I
room we
vaguely
get.
remember him from
Dizzy,
Gears of War
We've
2.
come to find Hoffman. Last time we saw you, you were both heading for Anvil Gate.
Yeah, he's got the fort fitted out real nice. I drive this route trading supplies with other camps. When I can slip past the goddamn grubs, that is.
But has he still got Prescott's data disk? You know, the one I could never crack? Because we really need it.
Sure he has. He's still cussing about it. Hey, you found the magic word to open it?
Long story. Let's grab the supplies and go.
Haha! This is more like it. Some
Nice.
serious stopping power.
Grab whatever you can carry and let's get back to the barge. Sweet.
And then something called the one-shot. Alright, let's see if it'll let us in with this.
Ah, shit! More Reavers and guards!
There we go.
God! Here's one for your stink-ass queen, bitch!
It's on me! It's on me! You're a pretty good shot for a stranded, Dizzy.
Here we go.
One of Mira's guards! She's keeping him busy! Up there! Reaver!
Hit. Don't know if that should have worked like that, but it did.
I'm out. Hands up! The buzzards are dropping more stuff!
Take it!
Well, we cleared out the buzzards.
Okay, then let's bug out while we can. Get to the barge.
Alright, let me board it with this big one-shot. I wish the Hammer of Dawn made a reappearance. We got it early in the first game, and then it came in at like the second act of the second game, I would say. So hopefully it's not going to take forever.
You can't drive this. You admire the view and hope the nav program works.
I don't give a shit. It's good enough for me.
It doesn't look like we got the one shot with us.
Gas bags, 10 o'clock!
Whoa! They're gonna bring us down!
And what do, kids? We aim for their ammo!
Shit! We got a barge right in our ass! More Reavers!
Hey, get your hands off my ride, bitch!
That's on the right! Means starboard side!
Great! Looks like the whole Grub Air Force is after us!
Get on the turrets and take them out!
Under fire! Look out! Barge dead ahead!
Nice!
Damn, that's a hell of a lot of firepower down there.
Are we in radio range yet? Better warn Harper the grubs are coming.
This is Marcus Phoenix to Anvil Gate. Over. Ah, damn, I'm just getting static.
Foolish boy.
Okay, that just ruined my day. Mira's back.
That beetle of hers must be turbocharged. She's too fast to target.
I can't get a fix on her either.
You don't get the feeling she's just dicking with us?
No, Dom, this feels like a pretty sincere attempt on my life.
There it is! Anvil Gate! Maybe we can make it!
Shit, the bitch got us! Hang on, we're going down!
Baird, anyone?
Oh, thank Christ we survived this.
Oh, it'll slow right down when we crash.
And we crash. Yay.
Oh, man. Everybody in one piece?
I'll get back to you on that.
Hold your fire! Phoenix? What in the hell are you doing here?
There's a column of grubs heading this way, Colonel. Let's get out of here and I'll explain.
Okay, mount up! Get on the radio and warn the fort we got grubs inbound. It's been a long time, Phoenix. I'm guessing you didn't come all this way to inquire about my health.
No. We've got something for you. The key for Prescott's data disk.
Well, you must think it's pretty damn urgent. Hell, I'd almost given up on the damn thing.
Yeah. It contains information where Prescott's holding my father. Azura. Ring any bells with you?
What in the hell do you mean, holding your father?
I got a message from him. He didn't get killed after all. Prescott had him kidnapped.
Dear God Almighty! And all that shit's on the disc? Well, where'd you get the key?
Prescott handed it to me today. Just before he died.
Well, Phoenix, I have no goddamn idea what to say. And that's a first for me.
Contact! Grubs at the front gate! All personnel to stand to positions!
I'll fill you in after we dealt with our visitors.
Load up and meet me at the front gate. I'll be damned if I'll let those bastards take this fort.
Grab some weapons and get to the front gate!
Bernie, you're on ops. Get on the PA system and call it out.
Okay, will do. All personnel stand to! Hold the front gate! We've got a whole grub battalion out there, people!
Get to the shelter, everybody! Come on, let's go! Never seen this many of them out here before.
Well, I think we might have pissed them off. We ran into the Queen.
She's alive? God damn it! Phoenix, any more shocks you want to share with me?
Not yet.
Okay, so I need to get much further ahead. Let's see how we go. Let's see how we go.
Enemy spotted!
Incoming!
Marcus, we don't hold those gates! Those guards gonna be all over!
Throwing frag!
It's overheated.
Here we go.
Fire in the hole!
Raider! Come on, we gotta hold this fort!
We got some more!
They're everywhere!
It's overheated.
Throwing frag!
If they keep this up, they're gonna breach the gate!
Grapplers! We got some more!
Heads up! Catapult!
Siege beast!
Fire team! Front full!
Come on. Hi there, Onizak. Welcome, welcome.
Much longer! Fall back! They breached the outer courtyard! Come on! Move!
All personnel, the front gate's been breached. Fall back and regroup at the second gate. I repeat, the second gate. Concentrate fire on the outer courtyard.
I thought nobody ever got past the defenses here.
They didn't! But that was the Pendulum Wars.
You still got Hammer of Dawn control, Colonel? You know, the big dangerous one.
I do, but the targeting system's screwed. Can't risk it.
Here comes some more! I need ammo. Next!
Enemy reinforcement!
Rock and roll.
You want some? next! We got some more!
Is there a timer or a score for this one? I've been defending this game for a while now. The monotony is kind of getting to me.
Look at your legs! They're hanging on! Bring it on! Take it!
I'll take that.
All of Bally's inbound. Use your one-shot. Target their field.
Keep them out! Hold that gate! Frag out! Yo, bitches, put those goddamn shields down and just let me kill you! Hey, I promise I'll kill you fast! The cold drain's humane, bitch!
Come on, drop them!
Yeah, we're dropping them, but they've invited all their cousins.
Oh boy, I'm losing my sense of awakeness. I'm at this hour. I'm going to be frank with you. This is not going too well.
Find the hole! Come on!
God damn it! They're gonna overrun us! Pull back!
The second gate is down. We've got grubs in the inner courtyard. Everybody fall back to the third gate. Concentrate fire on the inner courtyard.
You want some? Medic!
Take cover. Boomers at the gate.
They're going for the garage! Man those turrets!
All personnel, they've breached the last.
God damn it.
Defend the garage.
Pin them down to the garage! We can't let them get any further!
Take it! Bring it on!
Yeah. Just hearing boom over and over again from these guys is gonna really get on my nerves. I'm just gonna hear it as I go to sleep tonight.
Enemy reinforcement!
I'm out!
So
Gotcha!
All personnel, prepare for last resort. I repeat, prepare for last resort.
What's she talking about, last resort?
Bernie's gonna push the reserve fuel tank into the yard, and we're gonna blow it sky high. That'll stop these assholes.
Up there!
Wait for it! Wait for it! Now!
Enemy reinforcement!
Concentrate fire on that fuel tank!
Boom! Fuck you, boom!
Oh yeah! Feel the heat, bitches! Feel the heat!
Fort is now secure. I repeat, the fort is now secure. All fire control teams to the central courtyard. The place is burning, people. Get those fires damped down.
That's the last of them. For a while, anyway.
Yeah, probably just long enough to get rid of the smell of burning grub.
Colonel, we better have that talk now.
Alright, I'm gonna need to save this game.
Even for that asshole. So, this thing your dad's invented, it'll kill off a Lambent? What about the rest of the grubs?
No guarantees. Just because they turn into Lambent doesn't mean it'll work on them. But we still gotta find out where Azura is.
Shame about the hammer. It's just what we need.
Goddamn thing! It still triggers a few satellites, but forget about accuracy.
Maybe I can fix that.
Baird, here's the disc. Amaze me. Bernie, you are not gonna believe this shit.
It'll have to wait, Vic. Is anyone monitoring the radio net? It's Sam and Anya. They're pinned down outside the perimeter.
We're on
Another thick accent I can...
Lock and load.
I'll get someone to drive the truck for you.
What? Did I miss something, Blondie?
I'll let your old man fill you in. Just keep an eye on his blood pressure. Stay calm, deep breaths, that kind of stuff, okay?
Who is she? Like... Ride out in a truck to get Sam and Anya.
Cole, with me. Dom, you and Bernie get up there and give us some cover while Baird works on the hammer.
Alrighty, I am going... You're about to return the session with an unsafe progress. Will... Yep. I am gonna call it here. Yay. That's so close to level 5. I have no understanding as to, like, why any of that it would be beneficial. Thing, defeated and escaped from Cougar, found something or other. Act 4. Alright, how many acts are there? Act 5, Chapter 2. Alright, so... Act 5, Chapter 6. Alright, so it'll probably take like 2 sessions or something. You're tired too? Himbo needs sleep? Himbo does need sleep. Himbo need the sleepies. Oh, it tells us like... Alright, so boom shot, digger, scorcher, hammer of dawn, one shot, mortar, mulcher. Alright, so that's where I need to go. In beast mode, earn at least 1 onyx. Alright. Oh, actually, is there more? Alrighty, that's gonna... You can play as a grub in the multiplayer. Needies. Well, I am gonna go and call it... quit the game. I'm gonna go and call it here. So, where is the music? let's keep playing. Let's get the music playing. But yeah, also make sure no one raids me in the next hour. Thank you so much for all of you that came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. It's honestly good to get back into streaming, quite frankly. And I only hope to, you know, get better at it and, you know, get through this Gears of War. Because, good golly, like, this one is already... I'm glad that so far most franchises I've been going through in the recent, like, year and a bit have been a case of, oh, the next game has been a marketed improvement, and Gears of War 3 was definitely that. It's honestly so great being able to do that with whatever kinds of games we pick up on and such. So, but yeah, let me have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna narrow it down. Let's go rating. Let's go for... You can play 4 and 5 are a bit hit or miss for me. We'll we'll get through Gears of War 3 first, and then I'll see about going through 4 and 5, okay? We'll see how it is as we go through the things. Alright, so it doesn't... So no one's popping up on the top of, like, the start of my list for people who are going through, Gears of War 3. So we're just going to go with the first recommendation, which is someone named Cryo Paradise, which they look to be doing some art. They're an Aussie as well, so good for them. So we're going to go raid into Cryo Paradise for our evening at the end of the day, and we're going to go with the long Himbo raid message. Himbo raid, show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I won't judge. And otherwise, I will be getting another Gears of War 3 stream organized for Wednesday night. So, because that, like, I feel like, you know, going through the same game within the week and maybe one kind of game alteration is probably the best way I want to go about with it. So doing a stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I feel like works best for me. And then Sunday morning is when we go a little bit differently, and I'm going to be going through Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. So yeah, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And if I don't see you Wednesday night for the next Gears of War 3 stream, then I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.